It all starts in a dark place filled with constant dangers, where hunger and unrestrained violence were part of every survivor's daily life. In the middle of this brutal war, a young soldier was trying to fight while his weapon ran out of ammo at the worst possible moment. The enemies showed no mercy and opened fire ruthlessly against him. Multiple shots hit his back, bringing that timeline to an end. He fell, feeling his life fade away along with his own crumbling nation. But just when everything seemed pitch black and hopeless, a brilliant light appeared before his eyes. A mysterious, glowing hand reached out to rescue him from the void. Upon taking that mysterious hand, he felt a warm energy completely surround him. And suddenly, he was brought back to life, given a second chance. Opening his eyes, he realized he was in a modern world that was entirely different. 3 years had passed since he arrived and started living there as a student. Today would finally be the day to prove if fate had truly granted him a useful second chance. The long-awaited awakening ceremony was about to begin, and everyone in the classroom was filled with anticipation. The teacher shouted at everyone to head to the field, as this moment would define their lives. In that world, dungeons appeared out of nowhere, and terrifying monsters began invading Earth. To survive, humanity awakened specialized classes ranging from C rank all the way to S rank. In that new reality, the rank of your class was the only thing that truly mattered. Luna Viramont had just awakened the S-rank class of Purification Saint, shocking everyone. The students gossiped in disbelief that her talent score had reached an incredible 95 points. Right after, the crowd began to cheer because it was time for the mysterious Pluto to be called up. Pluto walked forward calmly while the other students chanted his name with excitement. He held the title of the top genius, possessing an astounding 200 points of raw talent. On his way, the talented Luna stared at him with a very serious look on her face. She merely whispered, asking him not to disappoint her during the test. The young man maintained his usual cold, quiet demeanor as he passed right by her. The crowd went wild when Pluto approached the altar to initiate his awakening. He extended his hand toward the glowing orb to reveal his true power. The academy instructor thought proudly that having someone so talented, there was a true blessing. If he managed to secure an S rank, his spot in the renowned Azure Dragon Guild would be guaranteed. That guild was simply #1 in the entire nation and the ultimate dream for any fighter. Joining it meant prestige, wealth, and a bright future guaranteed forever. But the most important thing for Pluto was that this guild basically operated as the country's army. He still remembered finishing as a nobody back when he was a soldier for a weak nation. But this time, he was determined to become the strongest warrior of all. An incredible burst of light erupted, and everyone assumed it was going to be an epic S rank. However, even the young man was taken aback as he stared at the result appearing before him. The crowd and the evaluators were left completely speechless upon seeing what had shown up. Before everyone appeared, the eerie image of skeletons, revealing the Necromancer class. A dead silence fell over the area as a dark aura wrapped around him. Everyone instantly felt let down upon realizing that Necromancer was merely the lowest C-rank class. Pluto was in complete shock, unable to understand how someone with so much talent received such a terrible class. The status screen displayed his very basic starting attributes, along with that darn C rank shining bright. The instructor simply turned his head away in disappointment after having such high expectations for him. To make matters worse, his only skill merely allowed him to summon a single skeleton every 30 minutes. Suddenly, a bonus notification popped up, completely removing the limit on his summons. This meant he could instantly create a small army by spending his mana. And that was just the beginning, as his summons would grow stronger as he leveled up. In the future, massive hordes of undead warriors would blindly obey his every command. With enough mana and no limits, Pluto would finally become a true one-man army. Pluto realized that this change to his summon limit alone was enough to surpass any S rank down the road. Out of nowhere, the instructor yelled, snapping the young man out of his thoughts and telling him to get moving. He found it ridiculous how fast people's attitudes shifted just because he awakened a C-rank class. Knowing his actual potential, he kept walking forward with a smirk, focused entirely on leveling up. The other students began whispering, assuming the boy had simply lost his mind from disappointment. Just then, that nuisance Adrian showed up to taunt the former golden boy who was now just a lowly C rank. Adrian bragged about achieving A rank and even offered to humiliate Pluto in exchange for carrying him through a dungeon. The MC recalled that this jerk had always harbored unprovoked hatred toward him from the very beginning. The bully and his girlfriend kept laughing out loud, imagining the school genius acting like a little puppy. Pluto simply ignored all that foolishness and walked right past them without wasting his precious time. However, someone watching closely was surprised by how much patience he had to not knock the guy out. Looking to the side, Pluto ran right into the prodigy Luna leaning against a post. The young man immediately warned her that he wasn't in the mood for jokes or petty remarks at that moment. Surprising the boy, she offered to take him monster hunting and help him level up for free. He questioned whether an S rank carrying a C rank on her back wouldn't be a huge inconvenience. Luna insisted, stating that his level needed to go up fast, so he would have a shot at joining the military. She made it clear that she trusted his potential, believing 200 talent points wouldn't go to waste like that. The MC noted how sharp and observant she was for not letting herself be fooled by appearances. He genuinely thanked her for the generous offer of help, but took a deep breath before declining. Politely, he removed her hand from his arm and told her he had to pass on the proposal. He explained that he intended to reach the top his own way, without relying on anyone else to move up in life. His goal now was to reach such an absurd level that he could easily crush any arrogant S rank. Upon reaching the Academy's dungeon lobby, he decided to look for the challenging boss rush trials. A few people passing by grew curious, seeing the young man walking over there all by himself. This special dungeon contained dangerous monsters, and the challenger couldn't retreat until winning or perishing. Even though it was practically a suicide mission, the experience gained there would be insanely higher than usual. To everyone's surprise, the teacher and students spotted Pluto stepping directly into that portal. The teacher panicked, thinking the boy had completely lost his sanity and was trying to throw his life away. She tried to calm herself down, remembering that the young man was never one to make foolish decisions without thinking it through. Even so, she decided to stand guard near the portal, ready to call for backup if things went sideways. Meanwhile, Pluto was transported to an isolated floating arena in the middle of nowhere. He began planning his battle strategy while still standing inside the safe zone. The young man knew full well that once he took his first step outside, it would be do or die. Before him appeared a fierce pack of void hounds, ready to tear any intruder to shreds. With 10 monsters right on the first level, he understood why no rookie dared to set foot in that place. Without wasting time, he spent his mana to summon his first skeleton warriors into the arena. The boy commanded his summons to focus their attacks directly on the frontline monsters. One of the skeletons landed a clean strike, sending the creature straight into the afterlife. The strategy worked, and the young man smiled upon seeing his horde handle the job with ease. In that moment, he recalled the pain of falling from a national hero to the laughingstock of the whole school. From being the center of attention to becoming the target of everyone's mean jokes, and how people completely changed their treatment toward him in the blink of an eye after the test. But he stayed locked in, summoning more soldiers while leaving only 5 mana points remaining. He also remembered that trash, Adrian laughing and boasting about obtaining a higher-tier class, and even his past enemies brutally humiliating his former people. They all had that exact same look of superiority that the invaders from his past life possessed. But the young man swore to himself that he would never let history repeat itself on his new journey. He spent the rest of his energy to summon the maximum limit of 10 warriors all at once. With his full power on the field, that first floor would soon be completely dominated by him. Assigning 2 soldiers to each creature, the Dark Army began clearing the arena with pure mastery. The skeleton warriors charged forward with absolute fury against the arena's enemies. They sliced through the void hounds without giving the monsters the slightest chance to react. Pluto realized he would reach level 2 in under 10 minutes with that easy experience. The boy calculated that his mana would fully regenerate in just 10 minutes of rest. With such an absurd advantage, he would soon build an entire army of unstoppable undead. He issued the command, sending his skeletal servants to target the next mark in the arena. The brawl raged on, and the dungeon monsters kept falling one after another without stopping. The blue glow of level 1 appeared, confirming that his progress was moving insanely fast. Every level up granted him 5 extra attribute points and restored 30% of his mana. Knowing that mana was his oxygen, he immediately allocated all his new points into it. Thanks to that smart choice, his maximum cap jumped to 15 simultaneous summons. With no time to lose, the young man headed straight forward, focused on conquering the second floor of the challenge. On the second floor, gray wolves spawned, but they were greeted by the sharp blades of the dead. Even knowing the new monsters were stronger, he couldn't afford to mess up. He leveled up once more, confirming that this solo hunting method was way too overpowered. As his mana kept increasing, the rhythm of eliminations and level-ups turned into a perfect loop. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, the monsters started getting significantly stronger and more dangerous. A majestic black horse with glowing red eyes appeared, snorting in fury right toward the boy. But to Pluto, those beasts were just walking sources of cheap experience, so he ordered the attack. His faithful skeleton warriors pounced on the creature without showing an ounce of mercy. With a coordinated, precise strike, the poor horse was taken down quickly before it could even react. A few of his warriors ended up destroyed by the enemy's power, but that was the least of his concerns. After all, the young man had summons to spare, immediately dispatching 30 skeletons onto the battlefield. The skeletal horde plowed like a tank right over every single monster on that floor. He reached level 5, unlocking another hidden restriction within his special system. The new feature this time was the permanent removal of his soldier's evolution cap. Now, his servants could absorb any defeated enemy to inherit their appearance and fighting power. With this broken skill, his army would gain an immense variety of powerful soldiers. He was becoming the true, feared king of the underworld in this new world that had welcomed him. The young man recalled that he gained skills every 5 levels, acquiring the dangerous gunpowder skeleton. Eager to see the destruction, he couldn't wait to test out his new bomb craft on level 5. Right after, sturdy, horned monsters called black-backed beasts appeared in the arena. Since those monsters had extremely tough hides, they would make perfect guinea pigs to test out the explosions. Pluto snapped his fingers, activating the magic conversion from his standard servants to the new explosive variant. The skeletons sprinted toward their targets while carrying massive gunpowder barrels on their heads. He stood there watching the scene, feeling a bit thoughtful about the rather bizarre look of his new ability. Finding the visual way too goofy and strange, he hoped that at least the damage output would be genuinely good. The suicide bomber skeleton continued its wild dash toward the group of ferocious beasts. The horned monster stared in total confusion at that skinny skeleton running right up to it. In the very next second, a colossal explosion shook the entire arena, blowing everything sky-high with pure fury. Pluto was blown away by the absurd damage, learning never to judge a skill by its cover. He realized he needed better gear to increase his mana pool and use this technique more often. Even though he didn't get any item drops, the experience points from that dungeon were totally worth it. Upon exiting the portal, the boy came face to face with the teacher, who was still waiting outside in utter shock. She nearly fell backward seeing that he came out completely unscathed and was already at level 5. Knowing that was a total anomaly for a mere C rank, she decided to report everything to the school principal. Principal Julian Kingsley was buried in paperwork and complained about being interrupted with such urgency. He thought it was ridiculous for her to come all the way there to talk about a C rank when they had S rank students to focus on. The teacher then asked if he thought it was normal for a level 0 rookie to hit level 5 in just 1 hour. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief, knowing that any standard necromancer would have been torn apart in that arena. The teacher was completely baffled, unable to comprehend how a mere C rank pulled off such a feat. Meanwhile, Pluto walked through the city, realizing that caster equipment was way too expensive. He spotted a group of beaten-up adventurers coming out of a portal, complaining about the difficulty. He decided to enter the level 5 dungeon, choosing the feared gold difficulty right off the bat. Upon being transported inside, he complimented the look of the place and immediately started summoning his horde. His goal was simple: defeat the dungeon boss to loot some solid equipment. With 35 mana points, his summon count kept growing infinitely. He came across level 5 stone rhinos, but he knew he would win without losing a single soldier. His warriors charged in, slicing through the stone beasts and securing a heap of experience. Suddenly, a gigantic rhino appeared, roaring loudly and shaking the entire dungeon floor. The colossal monster charged full steam ahead toward the skeletal servants to flatten them. Pluto noticed that standard attacks from his summons wouldn't scratch the monster's heavy armor, but he smirked confidently, knowing he had a much more destructive ace up his sleeve. He activated the conversion again to summon his undead barrel-carrying bombers. The colossal rhino was hit head-on by a brutal detonation that cracked open its stone defense. Seeing the colossal destruction, the boy decided to turn all his soldiers into suicide bombers. A string of devastating explosions swept through the dungeon, clearing the path with ease. Pluto reached level 6 very quickly and set his eyes on the final boss area. He finally arrived at the chamber where the feared Stone Rhino King was waiting for battle. The massive boss let out a thunderous roar, displaying all its rage and overwhelming power. The boy confessed he didn't expect to see a level 5 boss of such an enormous scale. But he just smiled coldly, warning the monster that it had already stepped into his kill zone. Around 100 suicide bombers encircled the giant boss, blocking any escape route it had. The simultaneous detonation of every barrel created a massive blast that vaporized the monster. The boss was wiped out so fast it couldn't even move, and the young man quickly leveled up to 7. Out of nowhere, a mysterious weapon fell from the sky, wrapped in a striking purple glow. It was an epic-ranked giant stone staff that granted 30 additional mana points. He celebrated the incredible luck of pulling the exact item he needed most at that moment. Gear rarity was color-coded, and the purple staff was among the best in the game. Scoring an epic item on his very first run was an insane achievement that got him hyped. An item of that tier would cost an absolute fortune that would be impossible to pay if he tried buying it at a shop. Equipping the staff and distributing his points, his mana limit skyrocketed to an incredible 75. Now the young man could cast no fewer than 75 undead warriors all at once. Returning to the academy lobby, he spotted Adrian's group gathered up ahead. Adrian flashed his usual sarcastic grin, offering his leftovers in exchange for humiliation. Pluto remained in absolute silence, merely staring at the guy with deep boredom and contempt. The bully mocked the young man, saying no one in school would ever want to carry C-rank trash. He even showed off his blue rare-rank axe, thinking he was the top dog of that academy. Adrian's henchmen also started laughing out loud, telling Pluto to accept being his lapdog. His girlfriend completed the joke, saying no woman would ever want to touch a weirdo like him. Pluto walked right up to Adrian's ear and warned him in a very calm, cold voice that he would only say it once. Having zero patience for fools, he simply told the rich kid to go straight to heck. Adrian completely lost his cool and grabbed Pluto's collar, furious at the response. The blonde girl quickly held her boyfriend back, reminding him that fighting inside would land them in jail for sure. The commotion started drawing the attention of all the students and guards patrolling the lobby. One of the guards wearing sunglasses walked over, shouting to find out what was going on there. Adrian played it off instantly, saying they were just old friends messing around playfully. The guard scolded them, telling them to go hunt or get out of there right away without wasting time. Adrian spewed his venom, promising to take Pluto down at the very first opportunity outside the lobby. He turned his back and marched off annoyed, saying he needed to reach level 5 today. Pluto thought to himself that he would have taken Adrian down right then and there if they hadn't been interrupted. The guard in sunglasses advised the young man to ignore those idiots and offered help if they caused trouble. He tried to warn Pluto that the level 5 dungeon was way too dangerous for a C-rank rookie, but the man froze on the spot, eyes wide open as he noticed a shocking detail in the young man's hands. The guard spotted the giant stone staff glowing in Pluto's hand as he prepared to go hunt. He remembered that this epic weapon only dropped from bosses on gold difficulty and was left in disbelief. The guard realized in horror that the boy had cleared that entire dungeon completely solo. Determined to level up as much as possible, Pluto entered the portal, focused on completing his daily runs. The man confirmed with his own eyes that the rookie had indeed chosen gold difficulty. He realized that soloing a gold dungeon at that level was something not even S-rank prodigies could pull off. Inside the dungeon, the undead horde packed with explosive barrels was already pushing against the new final boss. Pluto watched the beast mockingly, a confident smirk plastered on his face in the presence of danger. Once again, the poor giant monster was completely vaporized by the insane sequence of detonations. On the next attempt, another massive stone rhino emerged, huffing with rage to face the young man. The boy just gave a sideways glance with irony, realizing the monsters truly never learned. Without giving his opponent a single chance, he commanded the attacks and blew everything sky high again. His tireless servants kept sprinting while carrying gunpowder, showing zero signs of fatigue. With all battles completed with absolute success, the arena floor was covered in defeated monsters. Pluto gathered a mountain of valuable items and decided he would sell them later to make some good cash. With his daily grinding wrapped up like a charm, it was time to rest for tomorrow's major exam. His stats were now insanely high at level 9, with his mana reaching 85. The next day, Aurora Academy was completely packed with people hyped for the big event. Students were talking proudly about their level 4 and level 2 stats, thinking they were crushing their growth. Pluto overheard the conversation from the side and almost laughed, realizing how slow mere mortals progressed. Suddenly, the unbearable Adrian showed up again with his signature smug smirk to cause trouble. He bragged about reaching level 5 and asked if Pluto had found some charitable soul to carry him. The instructor told everyone to pipe down to officially start the Academy's anticipated professional exam. He announced that the Azure Dragon Guild would pick the top 5 and the champion would win an epic item. Hearing about an epic grade reward, the students went wild over the opportunity. Up on the balcony, the powerful Elder Aaron Crowley was introduced, one of the most respected mages in the nation. He explained that each student would enter a room and need to defeat Crowley's summons to score points. The elder stared at the crowd with a stern look that commanded total respect from everyone present. The kids started trembling with fear, knowing the elder was level 70 and insanely powerful. The elder reassured everyone, mentioning he would cap the level of his summons to level 1 for the exam. The students celebrated in relief, realizing they would finally have a real shot at showing their worth. Adrian took the opportunity to taunt Pluto, saying a C rank like him couldn't even take down a single beast. Pluto just looked to the side with glowing eyes and asked why they had to wait to play around. He proposed a direct bet with the rich kid to see who could get the highest score on today's exam. Adrian almost choked laughing, thinking it was totally ridiculous for a failure to compare himself to him. He asked if the guy still thought he was a genius and told him to pick the loser's punishment. The villain suggested the loser walk on all fours barking like a dog through the school, and Pluto accepted instantly. The instructor shouted, announcing that the big professional test was officially underway at the academy. The gates opened, and all competitors began heading toward their respective testing booths. The principal confirmed everyone was in position and gave the green light for the elder to begin casting. The powerful mage concentrated his mana, activating the massive glowing magic circle in the arena. Summoning portals began popping up simultaneously inside every single student's testing room. The MC waited calmly for the arrival of his new opponents inside that closed booth. Bronze soldiers, armed with spears, began materializing in front of him, ready for combat. Pluto smiled and began casting his skeletal servants, eager to test the strength of those dummies. The bronze statues charged in full force, officially kicking off the round's main showdown. Pluto commanded his skeletal soldiers to strike the bronze enemies without hesitation. Blades collided with force, sending chunks of bronze flying all across the testing room. Pluto noticed the statues fell easily, but they would be a problem if his limit hadn't been lifted. The elder noted with surprise that someone had already defeated the first 5 soldiers and raised the count. Instantly, a fresh horde of bronze statues began spawning inside the young man's room. Even with the increase in statues, he noticed that just 5 of his soldiers handled the job just fine. Placing one of his servants against 2 bronze enemies, he kept everything under total control. The elder was left jaw-dropped, seeing 10 statues get shattered in a matter of seconds. The principal praised the school upon noticing that Crowley was impressed by a student's performance. He immediately ordered the leaderboard panel to be shown to see who was taking the lead in the test. The man nearly had a heart attack reading the name at the top of the panel and seeing who it was. Pluto was leading by a mile with 15 points, leaving the rest of the prodigies in the dust. The teacher commented in shock that the young man's score kept rising by the second. In moments, Pluto's scoreboard had already passed the impressive mark of 23 points. The principal remained in shock, unable to believe it, while the teacher felt completely vindicated. He wondered if the boy bypassed class rules due to his 200 talent points. The elder recalled that in his prime, he only had 99 points, realizing Pluto was insanely gifted. Thrilled by that anomaly of talent, he decided to drastically crank up the test's difficulty. Oblivious to it all, Pluto thought that 10 bronze soldier test was way easier than the previous dungeon. But suddenly, a massive magical glow began emanating from the portal, catching his attention. To his surprise, dozens of bronze statues began popping up simultaneously in the room. He noticed the massive density of enemies forming and realized things were finally getting serious. A gigantic horde of metal warriors filled every corner of that small testing room. However, the young man smirked, remembering that numbers were his specialty. He decided to put his true power to work, casting 30 skeleton warriors into the arena right away. Meanwhile, in Adrian's room, the rich kid was working up a sweat swinging his axe to defeat the enemies. He boasted about taking down 12 soldiers, assuming poor Pluto would never catch up to him. Adrian remembered 2 years ago when he scored 77 points and became the star of the show. He loved getting praise from everyone at school, who sucked up to him for his excellent talent score, until the announcement that the mysterious Pluto had hit 200 points ruined his whole parade. All the students instantly forgot about Adrian and ran to flatter the nation's new genius. Everyone talked in shock, saying that 200 score placed the rookie at the top of the entire country. The teacher advised the elite students to do their absolute best to keep up with the boy. Adrian felt deep hatred, realizing he would have to hustle to keep pace with some random orphan. Being the heir to a legendary clan, he felt it was an absolute insult to fall behind a nobody. He swore he would never accept being outperformed by a broke guy and would vent all his anger on the test. Back in the test, he smashed the ground with pure rage, focused on destroying every single statue. He laughed like a maniac, promising his berserker class would make Pluto bark on all fours at school. Upon seeing he had reached 15 points, the rich kid celebrated big time, convinced he was in the lead. Meanwhile, Pluto's score was already hitting the absurd mark of 79 enemies eliminated. His summons kept shredding the bronze enemies with frightening ease. Every blow dealt by the undead shattered the statue's armor without any difficulty. Pluto reached the unbelievable mark of 100 points, leaving the room littered with broken bronze pieces. He noticed he lost half his soldiers in the battle, but he knew casualties were normal in war. Without wasting time, he raised his epic staff to summon fresh reinforcements and hold the front line. The young man noticed his mana was at half and wondered why the difficulty spiked so much out of nowhere. The board almost fainted seeing Pluto break the all-time record before even hitting the halfway mark. The elder confirmed in disbelief that 100 statues were pulverized, comparing the feat to a gold boss. He gave a sly smile, finding it entertaining to see the boy challenging his casting capabilities. Crowley focused even more mana to release an absurd amount of energy and test the boy's limits. Suddenly, Crowley realizes he made a terrible mistake, his expression completely shifting as he notices things went out of control. Julian gets worried about the evaluator's state, asking if the energy strain from summoning so many statues drained his mana. Crowley boasts that he could summon 10,000 bronze soldiers without breaking a sweat, leaving Julian completely clueless about what the real problem is. The elder admits he got way too carried away, and now the room of the boy leading the board is completely packed with monsters. Crowley fears the young man might end up in deep trouble, without imagining that Pluto is finding this madness awesome with a smile on his face. Surrounded by an absurd amount of opponents, Pluto jokes to himself, wondering what he did to upset the evaluator so much. The young man even wanted to sit back and watch the fight, but decides it's time to go all out and use his true destructive power. Pluto snaps his fingers in style and activates his special skill to bring his most dangerous, explosive summons onto the field. With the conversion command, the gunpowder skeletons spawn carrying flaming barrels, ready to cause massive area damage. The suicide bombers rush fast toward the bronze army with lit barrels, showing not the slightest bit of self-preservation. With a ruthless look, Pluto orders his troops to blow everything up and reduce all bronze opponents to absolute dust. The skeletons charge against the bronze soldiers, initiating the suicide attack that will completely change the course of that testing arena. Upon noticing Pluto leads the board, Julian panics and demands Crowley cancel the spell before the boy gets shredded alive in the room. Meanwhile, the elite class teacher watches the broadcast screen with a sharp eye, curious about how the fight is unfolding. She reaches out quickly and shouts for everyone to hold on before making any hasty move that might halt the test. Julian fumes in anger, stating that one more minute would be enough for the promising youth to be chopped to pieces by the bronze statues. The principal points indignantly at the screen, insisting that the talented boy's safety should be their sole priority at that moment. But to everyone's surprise, the numbers on the screen start climbing non-stop, jumping from 200 to almost 300 points in seconds. Pluto's score simply takes off, hitting the unbelievable mark of 350 monsters cleared in one go. Julian goes pale from shock, wondering if the guy inside that room is truly the same student they knew. Crowley reflects silently that if a newly awakened student has all this power, he will definitely be the great savior of Nation A down the line. Julian urges the elder to cancel the summon, but Crowley decides to keep the test active because he really wants to see how far the boy's limit goes. A massive detonation takes over the field, while Pluto's score shoots up insanely, hitting the 800 mark. Continuous explosions keep wrecking the arena, quickly pushing the Necromancer's score close to the historic 1,000 mark. As the smoke begins to clear, only broken armor and the heads of bronze soldiers remain scattered across the arena floor. Pluto walks calmly through the path of destruction, noticing that a few tough statues still manage to come out alive from all that fire. He coldly commands his remaining troops to finish the job and wipe out every last bronze enemy left standing in there. Pluto looks around and wonders if he overdid it a bit, seeing the test room completely destroyed while his score hits the 1,000 mark. The monitoring panel finally stops updating, leaving the evaluator's jaw dropped, unable to grasp the slaughter that just took place. Eyes wide open, Crowley whispers in shock that the boy was capable of wiping out every single statue he had cast. Julian asks if he should bring the prodigy boy to the elder as soon as the exam ends, but Crowley surprises everyone and declines the idea immediately. The principal and the teacher exchange puzzled looks, unable to understand the reason behind such coldness after the boy shattered the all-time record. The old master then reveals with a very serious face that he insists on going to meet the boy personally in the testing room. Julian tries to warn that the other student's test isn't over yet, but the elder ignores the warnings and begins activating a teleportation circle. Crowley explains that his movement doesn't affect the other kid's exam progress at all, since he controls the statues from anywhere. He thinks to himself that if the young man's result is legit, Pluto's growth potential is simply off the charts. Determined to clear his doubts ASAP, Crowley vanishes in the blink of an eye, leaving the Academy's control room empty. In the testing arena, Pluto finally relaxes among the rubble, breathing a sigh of relief for concluding that absolute combat marathon. He reflects that facing over 100 bronze soldiers would have been super troublesome if not for his area explosions with the skeletons. Out of nowhere, a magical light starts glowing intensely on the floor, making the young man think another horde of monsters is spawning. Pluto finds the casting energy strange, noticing that only a single mysterious figure is stepping through the glowing portal this time. Not wanting to mess around with surprise enemies, Pluto's summons immediately move forward to surround and corner the unknown intruder. But before the undead blades can strike the target, Crowley materializes right in the middle of that far from friendly welcome. The elder shouts in desperation for the monsters to stop the attack, seeing several sharp weapons stopping millimeters away from his own face. Crowley analyzes the creatures surrounding him and instantly recognizes he is facing genuine necromantic soldiers summoned by the student. Pluto is quite surprised by that unexpected visit and asks what brought the Great Master Crowley personally to his testing room. The old man comments that only C-rank necromancers can use these troops, and Pluto calmly responds that this is precisely his class. Crowley then lays it out straight, pointing out that the necromancer class has a strict limitation of only being able to summon one soldier every half hour. The elder presses the boy, reminding him that the test started very recently, making Pluto break into a cold sweat as he gets cornered. With an imposing posture, Crowley demands to know the truth about how the young man brought an entire army of the undead into the arena. Pluto panics internally, realizing his cover is completely blown, and wonders if he should come clean with the elder. Crowley says he doesn't need excuses and only cares about one thing: whether the boy's power can be controlled to protect the nation. The young man reflects that protecting the country is the reason for his new life, and that he needs the guild vice president's backing to achieve it. He decides he can't reveal all his cards at once and prepares to show just enough of his summoning power. Pluto starts explaining how his ability works while raising his staff, making a dark purple energy cover the entire place. He details the standard rules that limit regular necromancers, with the half-hour cooldown and summoning only one monster at a time. The boy continues listing the class weaknesses, mentioning that the maximum duration for each summoned creature is just 1 hour of combat. With a cocky smile on his face, the young man reveals to the elder that none of those ridiculous limitations apply to his true power. He calmly explains that his summons are completely unlimited, leaving room to build an army without any kind of barrier. Crowley almost falls backward hearing about unrestrained necromancy, knowing full well the destruction such an ability can cause. The elder stands frozen in total amazement, trying to process the absurd information he just received from that young student. The old man concludes that with enough mana, the boy alone can command a relentless legion of soldiers, and Pluto confirms that theoretically, yes. Crowley realizes Pluto's value goes way beyond a promising rookie, since the boy is on an entirely different level from everyone else. He decides to support Pluto with everything he's got, mentioning he will speak directly with the guild president to secure a bright future for the boy. Pluto is shocked hearing about the big boss of the Azure Dragon Guild, but accepts Crowley's offer as the elder says goodbye and begins to fade away. As the elder disappears, a strange energy fluctuation occurs in the area, catching Pluto's attention as he gets confused by the phenomenon. But before leaving for good, the old man hands a mysterious key to the boy, revealing it to be a special gift coming directly from the guild. The young man looks closely at the golden object in his hands, feeling a very strange energy emanating from that mysterious relic. The elder asks if the guy has ever heard of the Rift of Blessing, a dungeon extremely sought after by adventurers worldwide. Pluto rests his hand on his chin and replies that he vaguely remembers studying that peculiar topic during his academy classes. That special dungeon scales to the user's level, providing a colossal amount of experience and much better rewards than usual. The main catch is that to enter, you need a key that has a drop rate almost impossible to get in regular dungeons. Pluto's eyes widen as he realizes the item's rarity, asking if the elder is truly handing over such a valuable treasure to him. The veteran just stares at the young man with a firm look, silently confirming that the priceless reward now belongs to him. The old man places the golden relic in the boy's hands, making official the gift that will grant single-use access to that legendary rift of power. Right after, the elder vanishes for good from the room wrapped in a pillar of blue light, leaving Pluto alone to digest everything that went down there. Hyped by the opportunity, the boy pockets the precious item and decides he will explore that rift as soon as the academy exam wraps up. Shortly after, the principal's voice echoes through the PA system, announcing the end of the 30-minute mark and officially calling the test to a close. Adrian shows up completely exhausted and out of breath, venting about how hard that test was and how it drained all his energy. He looks at the rubble around him, proud of the hard work he put in to destroy so many bronze enemies with his axe. The jealous guy celebrates taking down about 40 enemies, making sure he'll rank top in the whole school and humiliate his rival. The PA system calls all students to gather immediately in the academy courtyard for the official test results reveal. A huge crowd of students begins gathering in the central courtyard, creating a ton of chatter about everyone's performance on the test. Some students complain about the statue's strength, revealing that taking down just 15 or 7 enemies was already a huge struggle. Adrian searches for his rival in the crowd, wondering mockingly if Pluto fled out of embarrassment after the exam ended. The rich kid finally spots the young man walking casually and flashes a malicious smirk, setting the stage to start his cheap taunts. With long, arrogant strides, Adrian walks toward the protagonist, determined to rub his supposed victory in his face. He aggressively pulls Pluto by his tie, taunting the boy and saying he's got a lot of nerve showing up in the courtyard after failing. Pluto isn't even fazed by the physical aggression, keeping his cool posture and simply watching his opponent's childish behavior without reacting. Adrian asks cynically if the protagonist is ready to fulfill the bet and start barking like a dog in front of everyone. With an unhinged expression, the bully says he can't wait to see his rival on his knees crawling on the dirt ground. Suddenly, the principal steps up to the podium and requests silence from everyone to finally start announcing the results of the first test phase. He mentions he will read aloud only the top 5 highest scores, and the rest of the students should get their grades from their teachers. The principal announces that 5th place scored 39 points, leaving the students terrified by the insane skill level of the top candidates. Adrian boasts, knowing his grade was higher than that, while Pluto starts worrying if his score ended up drawing way too much attention. Adrian takes 4th place with 41 points and immediately starts celebrating, demanding Pluto pay up the bet, but the protagonist tells him to wait. The bully mocks, saying it's impossible for a necromancer to break into the top 3, but is quickly cut off by Luna's announcement securing 3rd place. Luna celebrates big time, leaving everyone puzzled since her support class managed to outscore the Academy's most aggressive combatants. Colin Lancaster takes 2nd place with 95 points and gets furious that an S-rank fighter lost the top spot on the leaderboard. The principal lets out a heavy sigh before revealing the big winner, knowing full well the impact that unbelievable score is going to make. Principal Kingsley shouts with all the strength in his lungs that the grand champion in 1st place is Pluto, with an incredible 1,000 points. A dead silence takes over the entire courtyard while the students try to process that absurd number that was just announced. The crowd goes wild, remembering that the school's previous record was just 97 points, and Pluto simply humiliated that mark. Luna is completely stunned, realizing Pluto is on a whole different level compared to any other student in the Academy. Colin does the math and realizes Pluto would need to defeat over 30 enemies per minute, making his own S-rank look like a total joke. Adrian goes pale from pure shock, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to accept that he was completely outperformed by the rival he looked down on so much. His gaze goes totally blank and lost as the reality of his humiliating defeat finally starts sinking in painfully. Holding the protagonist's tie with trembling hands, the bully panics, asking how that whole farce could even be possible. Pluto flashes a super smug side grin, simply reminding his rival that he just lost the bet in embarrassing fashion. Adrian tries to pull excuses, saying Pluto cheated on the exam, but the protagonist calmly asks if he's going to chickening out and run away. The other students start laughing and gossiping about the dog bet, eager to see the arrogant Adrian go through the biggest embarrassment of his life. With no dignified way out and the whole school watching, the rich kid's legs start giving out from shame in front of that entire courtyard. He falls to his knees on the ground, screaming in frustration, insisting it's impossible for a mere C-rank necromancer to hit a score like that. But the students don't want to hear excuses and yell at him to stop being a sore loser and pay up on the bet already. The principal takes the mic back to announce that the 1st place winner will receive a highly coveted epic tier reward offered by the guild. Pluto is called to the stage and walks right past Adrian, saying he won't waste time with trash and orders his rival to get out of his sight once and for all. While the students think Pluto was way too nice for sparing his rival, Adrian fumes on the ground, swearing he will still surpass the protagonist. Consumed by hatred, the rich kid yells that he will make the necromancer suffer 100 times worse and that he will end his life at the first chance he gets. Pluto just gives a cold glance over his shoulder, not giving a single care about the pathetic threats of a completely defeated loser. For a brief second, a massive, terrifying aura of death rises behind the protagonist, showing that messing with him is a fatal mistake. Adrian feels the murderous pressure of that energy and falls backward, screaming in terror as he realizes the boy is a literal monster in disguise. The Necromancer continues his triumphant walk toward the stage, ignoring the scene his terrified rival is causing on the floor. Under the attentive and admiring eyes of the entire school, the young man finally walks up the steps to receive his well-deserved epic prize. Principal Kingsley gives a friendly pat on the boy's shoulder, congratulating the new record holder for his unbelievable performance in the testing arena. He explains that, for the top spot, the Azure Dragon Guild prepared 3 excellent high-tier gear options for him to choose from. 3 items float in the air in front of Pluto, who needs to select one since his combat class hadn't been officially registered yet. The young man carefully analyzes the stats of each floating piece, looking for something that could be useful for his journey as a necromancer. The heavy armor and longsword are great for warriors, but would be totally useless for a summoner who needs to focus on long-range magic. With limited options, the boy decides to choose the Mystic Moon Cloak, which guarantees an awesome bonus of 50 extra points to maximum mana. Putting on the stylish black cloak, Pluto celebrates the mana boost that will allow him to summon 50 more undead soldiers at once. The principal raises Pluto's arm, solemnly declaring the young man as the grand, undisputed champion of the first day of rookie testing. The crowd in the courtyard goes crazy, chanting the name of the school's new prodigy in unison, creating a huge celebration for the boy. Pluto just gives a subtle smirk, knowing full well this is only the first step of his journey toward the top of the world. The principal announces the test is over, but reminds everyone that the guild exam is happening in a month, encouraging them all to keep leveling up. The scene shifts to the modest housing complex on the outskirts of the city where the protagonist currently lives in a very simple fashion. Back in his room, Pluto finally pulls out the golden key he got from Elder Crowley, getting ready to test the limits of the mystical item. He recalls the instructions and begins channeling his mana directly into the relic, causing a dark energy to rise from it. Dark sparks and lightning begin crackling around the golden object, starting the process of opening that dimensional rift of power. The portal tears open, ripping the very fabric of space right in the middle of the boy's room, allowing him to access the dungeon from anywhere. The young man remembers the elder's advice about the importance of finding a good healer support partner to ensure his safety. With a bold smile on his face, the necromancer mentally apologizes to his sponsor, as he has zero intention of following that advice. Pluto prefers to go completely solo, stepping through the dark rift relying solely on the massive strength of his own army of the dead. The portal snaps shut with a rumble of magical energy, transporting the young man directly into the mysterious and dangerous rift of blessing. Opening his eyes, the boy finds himself in a rocky, deserted landscape, trying to identify what kind of creatures inhabit that dungeon. He spots level 9 black felines with sharp tails, knowing that despite their low health, they possess insane speed and brutal attacks. The best strategy against these fast beasts is simply keeping distance and not letting a single one get too close to him. The boy raises his staff, summoning a horde of skeleton soldiers, ordering them to form a tight defensive barrier around him. The undead instantly obey the command, creating an impenetrable wall with their iron shields, ready to block any push. One of the beasts tries to strike, but is quickly impaled and destroyed by the skeleton's spears, netting an absurd amount of experience. Pluto is impressed by the rift's yield, noticing that even the weakest monsters there yield enough points to level up. After fully clearing the entrance by defeating the swift felines, Pluto decides it's time to venture even deeper into that mysterious dungeon. The young man notices that most of his troops are tied up, protecting his physical body, which ends up wasting overall attack power. One of his skeleton soldiers tries to land a sword strike, but gets blindsided by the sharp tail of a fast-approaching feline. The beast bites the skeleton with pure rage, but ends up neutralized right after, granting 300 more experience points to the group. Pluto finally reaches level 10, breaking into double digits, and breathes a sigh of relief, seeing the fruits of his effort in that battle. Upon hitting the level 10 milestone, a new system notification pops up in mid-air, revealing he just unlocked a brand new skill, The new technique, named Gaze of Death, summons a giant eye that plunges anyone who crosses its path into a state of total panic and terror. Pluto analyzes the skill and realizes it's insanely strong, as it allows him to stun opponents for precious seconds during combat. He knows most mages write off this technique due to its crazy 24-hour cooldown that heavily limits its usage. But since Pluto has his restriction removal active, he can theoretically cast this terror continuously as long as he has enough mana. A violent metallic crash echoes off the rocks, signaling that an opponent way stronger than the previous ones is ready to strike. Standing before Pluto is the colossal, sharp-tailed Leopard King, roaring in fury and leading the rest of the area's monsters against his troops. The young man is surprised by the creature's size, wondering if he already bumped into the main boss of that dungeon so early on. He points his staff with resolve, commanding his skeletons to surround the giant monster and take it out without an ounce of mercy. The massive leopard swings its flaming tail in devastating fashion, creating a wind gust capable of slicing through anything in its path. With a single clean hit, the boss wipes out Pluto's defenses, cutting several of his bone soldiers in half with frightening ease. Pluto realizes in shock that the monster's speed is unreal, as the feline managed to break through the defense line before it was even complete. He sees that at this rate, his undead troops will be totally wiped out before they can even deal any damage to the boss. Seeing things are getting dangerous, the young man decides he has no choice but to test his new special skill in battle. A massive, terrifying red tear starts opening in the arena sky, releasing an extremely oppressive, heavy magical energy. The rift glows brightly, shooting dark beams that freeze the surrounding air, setting the stage for an insanely bizarre divine power. The colossal red eye of death opens in the dungeon skies, and Pluto prepares to run the first field test of his new trump card. The protagonist lets out a taunting yell, drawing the massive leopard's attention, so it looks directly in his direction. The Leopard King turns its massive head, snarling with hatred, but makes the fatal mistake of locking eyes with the young caster. The exact moment it makes eye contact, the giant feline is enveloped in a red energy that completely freezes its actions. Pluto wears a winning smile, realizing the plan worked like a charm, and the terrifying monster is now trapped in his trick. Gaze of Death triggers at full power, pouring a massive amount of psychological terror straight into the giant leopard's mind. The huge feline starts trembling in terror under the fear effect, unable to move a single muscle to try and break free from that awful punishment. The young man does quick math. Since the enemy's level is lower than his, the fear stun should last about 5 full seconds. He doesn't care about the short duration, knowing he can recast the technique right after, and orders the suicide bombers forward. The gunpowder skeletons dash toward the frozen target carrying their heavy explosive barrels, ready to blow everything sky high. With a cold gaze, the protagonist gives the final attack command, sending his explosive troops to land the definitive blast on the monster. Sequential violent detonations go off right in the Leopard King's face, engulfing the creature in a massive, destructive fireball of smoke. The dungeon boss lets out a final, desperate roar of pain as its giant body gets ripped apart by the consecutive gunpowder blasts. The fear effect finally wears off, but it's way too late. The colossal creature collapses powerless onto the ground after the devastating assault. Without giving his opponent a breath, the Necromancer uses his passive skill once again to reset the cycle of devastating attacks. He activates Gaze of Death once more, combining terror with another wave of detonations that turns the battlefield to ash. The massive red pupil glows intensely in the sky, ensuring the poor leopard remains paralyzed and helpless amidst all that fire. The blasts continue relentlessly, completely destroying any hope of survival for the Leopard King in that arena. The main boss is finally defeated, yielding 30,000 experience points all at once, leaving Pluto stunned by the payout. He reaches level 11, realizing it would be impossible to gain 2 levels in a normal dungeon, though he knows this jump isn't his sole focus. The young man recalls that upon hitting level 10, he unlocked a new special restriction removal that was cut short by the king's arrival. The system screen reveals that physical form restriction has been removed, allowing him to enter an incorporeal state immune to all attacks. Pluto gets hyped, realizing this transformation grants total damage immunity, becoming his ultimate survival defense. He notices the technique burns through energy fast, concluding he will need to boost his mana stats even more for the future. Suddenly, a mysterious golden glow begins rising into the air, right where the Leopard King's body was just completely vaporized. A bright, shining golden light erupts before him, making the young man wonder if he pulled a legendary drop on his very first attempt. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the grand, luxurious mansion of one of the richest, most influential families ruling that region of the city. Inside the lavish hall, Adrian sits on the sofa holding a glass of wine, boiling with pure rage as he remembers the protagonist. The rich kid recalls the terrifying look his rival gave him in the courtyard, trembling in anger, unable to wrap his head around where all that scary power came from. Adrian relives the public humiliation he endured in his mind, fuming with hatred as he remembers having to kneel in front of the whole academy. Consumed by rage, he squeezes the glass cup so hard it completely shatters in his hand, spilling the red liquid. The butler rushes over worriedly to clean up the mess, while Adrian sharply orders him to finish up fast because he has a guest arriving. The rich kid vows revenge, whispering with deep hatred that Pluto will bitterly regret ever crossing his path that day. Right after, the butler announces the arrival of the mysterious guest, who was waiting anxiously by the massive entrance portal of the hall. Adrian rudely kicks the servant out of the room, and the butler humbly apologizes before hurrying out of there. He gives final orders for the mysterious man to be brought into the hall and left completely alone with him to talk. The guest is a blue-cloaked warrior carrying a massive glowing bow on his back, emanating a strong, dangerous magical energy. The butler wonders how his young master got mixed up with such a shady guy who seems to bring nothing but trouble in his eyes. Another mansion worker comments that calling that man trouble is a huge understatement considering the real danger he represents. The old man reveals that the guy has already completed dozens of hit contracts, and rumor has it he can take lives from miles away. The elite assassin Cedric makes it clear right off the bat that he has strict rules, and his fee usually doubles if the target is special. Adrian lets out a hysterical laugh, saying his target is male, and the mercenary sighs, claiming missions like that carry no fun at all. Cedric flops carelessly onto the mansion's fancy sofa, showing he has zero respect for the house etiquette rules. Adrian is caught off guard by the laid-back attitude, asking how the man managed to find out about his secrets so easily. The archer gives an ironic smirk, stating it's obvious because he can spot an amateur, desperate killer from a mile away. He mocks, remembering Adrian is an A rank, and wonders if the target giving him so much trouble is some legendary S-rank warrior. Adrian puts on a tense face and reveals through grit teeth that his worst enemy's class is actually a simple necromancer. The shooter is stunned hearing this, asking if the kid really needs help dealing with a class considered the absolute worst trash in the world. The mercenary starts laughing mockingly, finding it a total joke that an elite warrior is getting beaten up by a necromancer. His laugh gets even louder and more obnoxious, leaving Adrian totally awkward and annoyed at such a lack of respect in the room. The assassin says a berserker knight getting beaten by a C-rank bone summoner is easily the best joke he's heard all year. Adrian yells furiously, explaining his rival isn't a normal mage, considering he broke the school record and was scouted personally by the guild. Hearing the name Azure Dragon Guild, the bounty hunter shifts his posture and adopts a super serious tone, realizing the case's complexity. He leans forward with a sharp look, telling the rich kid that due to the major guild's involvement, the job terms have changed. The elite archer warns with total coldness that the price to take down the protagonist has now skyrocketed. Adrian closes his eyes in relief, assuring that money won't be an issue as long as the elimination job gets done fast. Satisfied with the answer, the assassin asks for just a photo and basic info on Pluto, promising he will find a way to track the boy down. With a psychopathic grin on his face, the elite shooter promises he will bring a permanent end to the protagonist without leaving a single trace. The rich kid says he has data to spare since he's his rival's classmate, revealing he knows the exact address of Pluto's apartment. Cedric comments that this will make his job way easier, and Adrian warns him not to make mistakes, as the consequences would be dire. The shooter turns around with a deadly glare, wrapped in an intimidating dark aura, asking if the rich kid is seriously daring to doubt him. Completely cowed, Adrian breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering that it was just a friendly reminder and that he fully trusts his skills. The assassin turns his back, annoyed, commenting he doesn't need advice from a loser who got beaten badly by a simple C rank. Adrian boils with silent rage at being looked down on again, remembering that exact same look of superiority the protagonist had given him in the courtyard. He slumps back onto the sofa trying to calm down, deciding to focus solely on the fact that his problem will soon be handled by the shooter. With a crazy blue glow in his eyes, the villain vows he doesn't care about the methods used, as long as Pluto ends up dead and buried. Back in the protagonist's room, a beam of dark purple light erupts in the middle of the space, signaling the young man's return from the Rift of Blessing. The system screen displays the legendary Void Slicer dagger that Pluto won as a reward, cutting mana consumption for spatial spells in half. Pluto inspects the legendary dagger, and even though it's an assassin-focused item, he celebrates knowing he can sell it for a fortune on the market. He mentally thanks Elder Crowley for the legendary key, since that run netted 2 levels and 2 incredible survival techniques. Deciding to get some rest, the boy prepares to deactivate his spells, remembering he has a super important meeting scheduled for tomorrow. The purple beam of light completely fades, leaving the room quiet again as the young man shuts off his teleportation channels. Suddenly, the silence of the night is shattered by the quiet sound of firm footsteps invading the dark hallways of the modest apartment. Pluto looks around his room, commenting that after seeing the vastness of that dungeon, his home now feels like a tiny, cramped cage. Out of nowhere, the window glass violently shatters, and a glowing arrow packed with blue energy streaks through the air right toward the boy. With zero time to react, the projectile hits the young man's chest with colossal force, throwing his body backward amid the glass shards. The boy falls hard onto the room floor, struck by the sneaky shot as window debris lands on top of him in the dark. From the roof of a neighboring building, Cedric watches the damage through his bow, smiling victoriously, claiming the target was successfully eliminated. Far away, at the Azure Dragon Guild headquarters, the president analyzes Pluto's data, surprised to learn about his record talent score. Crowley points out that the guild president himself became a legend with 120 points, making this new boy's potential immeasurable. The veteran explains that if Pluto is properly trained and nurtured, he will definitely be the major game changer to secure the nation's future. Curious about the young prodigy's identity, the guild president immediately asks what his combat class is. In a very calm, serious tone, Crowley responds right away, revealing the boy's class is Necromancer. A thoughtful silence fills the meeting room as the guild leader digests that unexpected, curious information. The boss considers that C-rank classes usually cap the growth ceiling for any warrior, no matter how talented they are. But Crowley quickly counters, saying that is precisely the terrifying part, because Pluto managed to completely break the rules and limits of the class. The guild president's yellow eyes flash, showing he's becoming more and more interested in unraveling that boy's mysteries. The elder excitedly reveals that the boy was able to reach the legendary, impossible feat of summoning the dead without any restrictions. Shocked, the man concludes that if the young man has enough mana, he could single-handedly command an unstoppable true army of undead. He questions if the achievement wasn't aided by some expendable epic or legendary item, but Crowley guarantees the boy was using just a standard staff. Fully convinced he's dealing with an extraordinary genius, the leader states he needs to meet Pluto in person as soon as possible. With a determined look, he asks where the boy is right now so he can send his men to talk to him right away. Crowley mentions he gave him a special Rift of Blessing key, and the young man is likely challenging the monsters in that dungeon right now. The old master assures the president he warned the boy about all the dangers and strongly recommended he go in a party with a support class. Crowley reflects that with the absurd power Pluto displayed, any basic healer would be enough to keep him completely safe. The boss concludes that an unlimited summon Necromancer could be Nation A's greatest weapon to survive the terrible war ahead. Back in the protagonist's room in his modest apartment, blue energy crackles around the recently shattered window. A loud metallic clang echoes through the room as glass shards hit the floor, revealing the violence of the precise shot made by the assassin. The colossal impact of the arrow throws Pluto's body forward, causing him to collapse into the dark room, completely unreactive at the moment. From the neighboring roof, the mercenary Cedric celebrates the easy kill, only regretting not getting there sooner to steal his key. With a macabre smile, the elite assassin decides to linger a bit to watch the fallout of his attack from a front row seat. He plans to wait until the boy's supposed teammates exit the portal and bump straight into the corpse stretched out in the middle of the room. But to the mercenary's surprise, Pluto's body on the floor starts dissolving into purple smoke wisps and magic dust instead of bleeding. The shooter notices the portal closed and no one came out, making him suspect that something went horribly wrong there. He is shocked to realize Pluto entered the Rift of Blessing solo, and worse, that the boy is actually very much alive inside the room. Pluto brushes the dust off his clothes, calmly commenting to himself that the sneaky attack had passed way too close to his head. He admits he would be dead if he hadn't activated his new incorporeal form, which allowed the lethal projectile to pass right through his body. The young man complains that he barely stepped out of a survival trial and already took a cheap arrow to the back without even knowing why. Completely furious with the cowardly attack, the boy decides to fight back, activating his terrifying gaze of death, releasing a monstrous red aura. From the neighboring roof, Cedric panics completely, seeing that massive bloody eye open in the sky, unable to understand how the boy survived. The assassin tries to fall back quickly, but realizes in horror that his entire body is frozen under the awful effect of fear stun. He tries to stay calm, reasoning that since they are far apart, the boy won't be able to maintain control and close the distance at the same time. The shooter plans to just hold out against the spell for a few seconds, confident he'll still have countless easy ways to assassinate the kid. He focuses all his willpower just to endure the mental pressure, without imagining the terrible surprise waiting for him next. Pluto comments that his initial plan was to play dead to bait the shooter out, but didn't expect the intruder to be such a cautious guy. He smirks, claiming that luckily he always works with a backup safety plan, as one of his bone warriors emerges from the roof shadows. Cedric's eyes widen in terror as he notices the presence of that macabre creature right behind him, unable to grasp how it got there. Without giving any chance for defense, the skeleton's sharp sword pierces the hitman's chest violently and mercilessly. The exact moment the fear stun finally breaks, the wounded archer leaps back fast, trying to save his own life. The mercenary boasts about being level 18, claiming a weak creature like that would never break his powerful elite defense. He furiously warns that the control spell is over and that now he will turn the cocky kid into a literal pincushion of arrows. But looking back up, the shooter goes completely pale and trembling, realizing the awful reality is way worse than he thought. The colossal red eye of death opens once again in the skies, revealing that Pluto can simply cast the technique with zero cooldown. Desperate, the assassin tries to convince himself victory is his, as long as the boy can't keep him stunned for half an hour straight. Pluto calculates that the mercenary is at least 5 levels above him, concluding that a single skeleton soldier won't cut it to beat him. The protagonist then gives a confident smile and remarks with disdain that fortunately he has an infinite supply of undead troops at his disposal. The young man slams his staff on the ground, triggering his mass summon, bringing dozens of armed warriors to surround the roof where the enemy stands. Cedric goes into absolute panic seeing that massive army pop out of nowhere, asking how on earth a mere necromancer can do that. The assassin realizes that insane power isn't C rank, cursing in rage as he realizes that liar Adrian sent him straight to his death. Pluto points to the rooftop, ordering his skeleton soldiers to march mercilessly against the enemy. The undead warriors begin scaling the skyscraper walls like giant roaches in pursuit of their prey. Climbing in a bizarre, swift fashion up the windows, the creatures scale the building with ease while holding their swords ready for the strike. Glass begins shattering as the army pushes forward, making it clear the poor archer up there will have nowhere to run. More and more skeletons surround the roof, crawling silently over the edges to corner the desperate mercenary. One of the bone warriors leaps out of the shadows to attack Cedric, who tries to dodge as fast as he can. Meanwhile, Pluto watches all the action from down below, complaining in frustration that his Necromancer class could really use a flight skill. Completely surrounded on the roof, Cedric begs on his knees not to die, shouting desperately that he wants to negotiate directly with their master. Hearing that, Pluto emerges from the shadows and asks with total disdain if the guy really thinks he has any use for him. The protagonist calmly walks up the stairs holding his giant staff, mentioning he's curious to hear what the intruder has to say. Cedric tries to save his own skin by offering the identity of his employer in exchange for the boy sparing his life. But Pluto simply responds that he already knows it was Adrian Blackwood, promising to handle that business personally very soon. The mercenary goes into full panic, realizing the boy knew everything all along and that his only valuable secret is worth nothing. Desperate, he offers to kill up to 3 people for free for the young man, who coldly reminds him that a professional assassin should be prepared to die. Pluto lets out a sarcastic smile, admitting the intruder really could be quite useful to him, but with one small condition. The young man reveals in a sadistic tone that the assassin's only real usefulness will begin after he is properly dead. Wasting no more time, the Necromancer orders an immediate execution while channeling dark energy around the cornered target. Cedric screams in terror, begging for mercy, but the Bone Warriors charge relentlessly to wrap up the job without hesitation. A sharp spear is raised and brought down with full force against the mercenary, putting a permanent end to his criminal career. The enemy's blood spatters as he lets out a final cry of agony, leaving Pluto's face marked by the brutal clash. The archer's lifeless body collapses onto the roof floor, declaring absolute victory for the young Necromancer after the tense confrontation. Worn out from the effort, Pluto leans on his giant scythe and falls to his knees, feeling the weight of mental drain from casting so many spells back to back. He breathes a sigh of relief for winning, watching the deceased archer's glowing soul float gently above the corpse. The young man calculates the cost, realizing that holding ethereal form for just a single second almost wiped out all his available mana points. He reflects that his luck was the summon range of the soldiers, which allowed him to create an ally outside the door while dodging the arrow. With that fast play, the summoned skeleton managed to flank the area and set a perfect ambush against the careless archer. While his monster acted, Pluto served as perfect bait in the open to draw all enemy attention to himself. The boy gets up with difficulty, grumbling that the feeling of being completely out of mana is one of the worst things ever. Looking at Cedric's body, he acknowledges that his rival's skill to hit a perfect target from miles away was truly scary. The protagonist approaches the floating soul, silently hoping the absorption process won't drain what little mana he has left. He reaches out his hand and begins draining the spiritual essence with his purple energy, starting the evolution process for his troops. The system notifies that the evolution cap has been removed, allowing a skeleton to absorb the soul to shapeshift and gain power. With the archer's glowing soul concentrated in his palm, Pluto admires the sparkly shine he just ripped from the deceased. Now, the plan is to inject this essence into one of his standard soldiers to kick off a brand new combat transformation. A burst of purple flames consumes the area as the system confirms the creature's evolution cap has been broken successfully. Dark energy swirls violently around the chosen skeleton, blending the assassin's soul with the monster's structure. An imposing, dark figure begins rising from the middle of the magic whirlwind, revealing the emergence of a new elite warrior. The transformation wraps up successfully, revealing the Hex-Eye Marksman, an A-rank archer capable of seeing and tracking weaknesses from a kilometer away. The new skeleton soldier appears dressed in the deceased mercenary's clothes, but now emanating powerful blue magic energy from its eyes. Pluto smiles, satisfied, noticing this monster's attack range is massive and that its level will scale alongside his own. But the joy is short-lived when a red alert pops up, warning that the soldier's evolution is incomplete and it cannot fight yet. The young man gets extremely confused by the system message, wondering what on earth could be missing to complete the process. He rests his hand on his chin and begins analyzing the skeleton top to bottom, trying to figure out which crucial detail he accidentally missed. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind as he looks at the floor, realizing what's missing for the monster to be battle-ready. The boy spots the blue magic bow that belonged to the deceased assassin lying on the roof. Wondering if the problem is simply the lack of a weapon, Pluto picks up the epic gear that grants a generous mana bonus, realizing that was the enemy's main combat tool. He gives a side smile, finding the mana bonus kinda boring for himself, but knows full well who will get amazing use out of it. The young man then hands the glowing bow to his new elite warrior, waiting eagerly to see if his theory was correct. Instantly, the Hex-Eye marksman roars with power as an electric aura surges through its body, and the system confirms the evolution is complete. Satisfied with the result, Pluto concludes it really made sense. After all, not even an undead could fight without a proper weapon. Pluto hands the epic bow to his new servant, telling him to use it for now while promising something better down the line. The skeletal servant accepts right away and kneels before the protagonist, swearing eternal obedience in a dark voice. Pluto gets a massive jump scare, totally shocked to realize that evolved soldiers gain the ability to speak normally. The skeleton with glowing eyes simply confirms respectfully, making it clear its intelligence is now far superior to the others. The archer then lowers his head, mentioning he has a special request to make, leaving the young necromancer curious to hear the ask. To Pluto's surprise, the creature humbly asks to be given a real name instead of being referred to solely by its combat class. The boy repeats the word thoughtfully, realizing that giving a real name to his first evolved soldier is a big responsibility. He reflects that it would be super weird and tedious to keep calling his new companion by the massive title of Hex-Eye Marksman all the time. The necromancer decides to think it over carefully to pick a memorable nickname, since this creature is his first elite servant. Pluto closes his eyes for a second, starting to dig through his deepest memories in search of some inspiration from his past life. The story then takes us back to the protagonist's past, showing a city destroyed by war amid crumbling buildings. A super-experienced sniper appears, setting up his precision rifle with total calm before starting a risky mission. Young Pluto from the past, still a scared recruit, asks if that weapon could really take out the enemy force's commander. A comrade approaches laughing, asking if the rookie seriously doesn't know who the legendary sniper standing right in front of him is. The soldier explains, the guy is a living legend capable of taking off an enemy leader's head from miles away, nicknamed the Distant Reaper. The sniper ignores the background chatter, focusing his scope entirely toward the opposing camp to eliminate his mark. Through the scope lens, the terrible enemy general can be seen barking cruel orders to his subordinates in the base courtyard. The man yells furiously, demanding his soldiers pierce every body to ensure no one survives, showing zero mercy. Without hesitating for a single second, the legendary sniper pulls the trigger of his powerful rifle to put a permanent end to that general's tyranny. A deafening crack echoes across the region as the bullet travels at high speed, slicing through the air toward the oblivious target. The bullet grazes past obstacles, heading true toward the commander's head, who doesn't even have time to react. The projectile hits the mark dead on, taking out the general instantly, spreading total panic among all the troops in the courtyard. The surviving guards go into total chaos, screaming for everyone to take cover immediately to prevent more casualties. Young Pluto watches it all jaw-dropped, yelling, impressed, as he realizes that perfect shot was taken from an absurd distance. The riflemaster simply lowers his weapon with total coldness, demonstrating that an impossible feat for others was just another standard day at work. Hyped by what he just saw, the boy runs over to the veteran and asks his name, begging him to teach him how to shoot like that. The man gives a side smile and introduces himself as Archer, asking right after what the curious young recruit's name was. Back in the present, Pluto cracks a soft smile, recalling that old memorable memory from his past life on Earth. He stares right at his new skeleton warrior and declares that from this exact moment, his name shall be Archer. The Bone Sniper accepts the honor with respect, and the system confirms his name has been officially registered on his stat sheet. Pluto then orders Archer to return to his summoned dimension, causing the monster to dissolve into a thick mist of purple energy. The protagonist's system screen updates, showing that he now has one of his 5 available slots for evolved soldiers filled. The boy notes he only has 5 evolution spots in total, concluding that every future choice will need to be extremely strategic to avoid mistakes. He sighs in relief for not wasting this valuable skill on generic monsters from standard dungeons, which would have been an unforgivable mistake. Suddenly, a green magic teleport circle appears glowing brightly on the roof, and Pluto gears up, assuming it's new assassins. But he quickly notices the frequency of that magic light is identical to the transport portal used in the Academy recruitment exams. To his surprise, stepping out of the portal is Elder Crowley, mentioning the chairman got worried about the boy's safety and dispatched him there. However, the wise elder cuts off his own sentence, eyes wide in shock as he looks at the roof floor right in front of him. He is left completely speechless, coming across blood trails and defeated enemy corpses right behind the smiling young man. The scene cuts to an exterior view of the quiet building in the middle of the night while the two discuss the mess that just took place. The elder asks in disbelief if the boy really expects him to believe he was ambushed by assassins right after stepping out of the rift of blessing. Pluto confirms playing dumb, breaking into a cold sweat thinking that if he took 1 second longer to recall Archer, his secret would be ruined. Crowley then asks about the location and state of the boy's teammate, leaving the young necromancer completely clueless on how to respond. The experienced veteran's face turns extremely serious and stern upon noticing the hesitation in the boy's answers. The old man harshly scolds the young man for ignoring all his safety warnings and deciding to go into that dangerous rift completely solo. Crowley asks if the boy understands the colossal loss his death would bring to the guild, and Pluto assures that dungeons of that level are easy. The elder observes the boy's reckless confidence, thinking to himself that this dangerous arrogance perfectly mirrors the chairman's youth. The boy tries to change the subject, asking the reason for a surprise visit in the middle of the night, since their meeting was set for the morning. The old man explains he reported the case to the chairman, who ordered an immediate escort to the Azure Dragon Guild HQ to prevent further incidents. Crowley mentions their top leader is already waiting for the young man, and Pluto agrees to leave fast before the area gets even more chaotic. Elder Crowley mentions the guild's cleanup and intel teams will handle the mess, and a full report on the event will be ready shortly. Pluto gets intrigued by the setup, asking if they won't use any magical teleport circle to get out of there faster. Crowley explains his combat class isn't spatial type, so he can't create teleport portals out of thin air whenever he wants. The elder reveals those portals were prepared by spatial pros, asking if the young man really thought he had placed a circle on the building. Crowley denies the assumption with a stern look, sharing that he actually had a single-use magic circle drawn directly on the back of the mystic moon cloak. Pluto is left completely speechless, letting out a surprised yell upon finding out his precious Necromancer cloak was used as a portal tracker. The elder tells the boy to relax, as the magic circle was single-use and had already finished dissolving completely from the coat's fabric. A star-shaped purple glow slowly begins fading from the back of the protagonist's suit, leaving only smoke behind. Shortly after, a luxurious black limousine shows up honking and pulls up perfectly right in front of the two on the dark street. The Azure Dragon Guild drivers step out of the vehicle, bowing with deep respect, announcing the vice president's transport has arrived. Crowley gives direct orders for them to collect the assassin's body on the roof and uncover the criminal's true identity ASAP. The staff accept the mission without hesitation, and Pluto realizes from their attire that those people belong to the guild's non-combat support wing. The elder tells the boy to get in the car so they don't keep the chairman waiting, and the protagonist awkwardly obeys, knowing what awaits him. The luxurious vehicle pulls away, quickly disappearing down the dark city streets while the support crew watches the car leave. One of the staff members comments surprised that the vice president personally escorting the kid directly to the big boss is something worth envy. The other worker reveals in a whisper that he secretly used a scan skill to check that student's class. The first guy bets the boy must be some secret S-rank prodigy, but is surprised to hear the young man is just a C-rank necromancer. He reacts indignantly, saying that's impossible. After all, their guild's logistics wing requires any member to be at least B rank in power. The other worker breaks into a nervous sweat, deducting the only viable explanation is that the boy noticed the scan and forged his data instantly. The employee is terrified, thinking that not even the strongest S-rank veterans can spot his hidden tracking sensor. He swallows hard, realizing the absurd power level required to detect an invisible scan and craft fake data in record time. While the two workers tremble in fear on the sidewalk, Pluto travels in silence, thinking he didn't expect to meet the guild's top dog so soon. Crowley asks the boy to stay sharp, clear his head, and mentally prepare for the meeting, as they have finally arrived. The limousine parks in front of the massive Azure Dragon Guild HQ, an imposing skyscraper standing out against the dark city horizon. Pluto admires the impressive structure of the headquarters, and the elder gestures for the young rookie to follow him without hesitation. The colossal stone gates decorated with dragons begin opening loudly at the approaching command of the two casters. The duo steps through the main hall of the massive marble palace under the watchful, curious eyes of all the guards patrolling the area. The guards on standby pay respect, honorably saluting the vice president's return with flawless combat posture. In a firm voice, Crowley commands them to take him to the big boss immediately, and the security guard confirms, initiating the duo's escort. They walk down a long hallway escorted by heavily armed soldiers, and Pluto observes the security team around him closely. The young man analyzes the guards' levels, realizing everyone is geared up in A-rank paladin items and sitting at least at level 50. Reaching the final hallway, the guard leader warns that their rank is too low to proceed and that they will fall back from there. Crowley thanks the security team for their work and continues the path alone alongside his young guest down the empty corridor. The old man stops in front of a heavy iron door, warning the protagonist that this time he'll need to push the entrance open himself. Pluto reflects, surprised, that a strong level 50 warrior would be considered the leader in any other guild, but here he can't even pass the door. The boy takes a deep breath and pushes the heavy metal doors open, which swing wide to reveal the massive office of the Azure Dragon Guild's top leader. Deep inside the luxurious room, the imposing silhouette of the big boss can be seen from behind, looking out at the city landscape through a massive glass window. The man begins listing Cedric Thornhill's entire rap sheet, the feared, wanted B-rank sniper responsible for dozens of deaths. Pluto is impressed by the guild's information speed, realizing they managed to build a full profile on the assassin in minutes. The chairman turns around calmly, explaining that, theoretically, the maximum limit for an S-rank warrior to beat an A-rank opponent would be a 3-level gap. He locks his glowing eyes on the boy, pointing out that Pluto, being just a C-rank, managed to defeat an elite assassin 7 levels above him. The leader points out that Cedric's precision skills should have taken the boy out long before he could summon his skeleton army. The legendary Victor Langley, the powerful S-rank bloodline warrior, stares down the protagonist and demands to know how much power he's been hiding. Pluto feels a terrible chill run down his spine, locking eyes with the boss's glaring look, starting to question if this is real. He swallows hard, realizing the imposing armored leader is radiating a suffocating, dangerous, murderous intent directed straight at him. Meanwhile, Adrian Blackwood sits in his fancy mansion trying to call the mercenary, but the call goes straight to voicemail. He gets extremely furious, gritting his teeth in anger, realizing the shooter promised to finish the job quick and the entire night had passed. Completely losing it, the boy crushes the phone in his hand while cursing the slowness of the hitman he hired for the job. Adrian throws the plastic pieces onto the sofa, agreeing with his brother that professional hitmen are just useless, untrustworthy scumbags, with no other option to fix the problem. He looks at the office landline, realizing he'll have to make a tough call to his brother. Adrian Blackwood snatches the phone in a rush to make the most important call of his life to his powerful older brother. On the other end of the line, his brother picks up, and Adrian pathetically begs for immediate help, saying he's in deep trouble. The brother demands answers, asking who would dare challenge the Blackwood family, and Adrian humbles himself, sharing that an idiot made him bark like a dog. The powerful warrior on the other end of the call screams in rage, hearing his younger brother's embarrassing confession about the public humiliation. The guy tells Adrian to calm down, mentioning that right now he's in the middle of an important official guild mission in a frozen region. As he speaks, he stares down the monstrous Frostland Bear King, promising that as soon as he finishes slaying the beast, he'll head back to sort it all out. He channels a powerful golden flame energy into his fist, yelling for the terrifying monster to get out of his way immediately. With a single devastating blow straight to the giant creature's jaw, the warrior knocks the bear back with impressive ease. The punch's force is so colossal it launches the level 35 bear deep into the snow, exposing the massive power gap between them. Adrian's brother sighs exhausted after finishing off the monster, gearing up to return to the city and hunt down the person responsible for humiliating his family. The narrative shifts back to the Azure Dragon Guild president's office, where the tense atmosphere is about to snap for good. Victor Langley steps up onto the desk, furiously demanding to know how much hidden power the boy is keeping from everyone around him. In response, Pluto draws his powerful giant stone staff in scythe form and assumes an immediate defensive battle stance. The young necromancer stares at the guild leader with complete seriousness, coldly warning him that the extent of his powers is none of his business. Offended by the boy's nerve, the legendary S-rank grits his teeth in anger, authoritatively declaring the boy just signed his own death warrant. The president rushes at absurd speed toward Pluto, channeling a massive, dangerous dark energy claw in his direction. Without hesitating, Pluto focuses his energy and triggers Gaze of Death to try and stun the enemy leader, buying precious time in battle. Right after, he summons his basic infantry skeleton troops to form a physical defensive barrier in front of the attacker. The boy knows he needs to break through the walls and escape that closed room ASAP to get space to maneuver his troops. The massive red eye opens behind Pluto to lock in the stun effect, while the young man hopes his soldiers can slow down the rival. But Victor pushes right through the dark mist, displaying terrifying physical resistance, completely ignoring the rookie's spells. With an intimidating glare locked on his prey, the warrior keeps pushing forward unstoppably, as if taking a stroll in the park. He shatters the bone defenses with a single punch, mocking Pluto's techniques, revealing the stun duration on him lasted less than 1/100th of a second. The young necromancer goes into shock, noticing his most reliable mind control skill didn't make the opponent hesitate for even a moment. He senses mortal danger and starts praying the skeleton soldiers can at least slow down the attacker's overwhelming speed. However, Victor destroys every bone defense to pieces with a single arm sweep, clearing a direct path straight to the protagonist. The imposing silhouette of the armored leader emerges from the bone dust, leaving Pluto with 0 escape routes in that tight space. Needing to act fast, the boy pulls off a new summon, deciding to gamble everything on a much more explosive combat tactic. He summons an infantry soldier and converts it instantly into a dangerous gunpowder skeleton wrapped in blue and golden flames. The protagonist commands the creature to blow up the entire area, and the bone monster rushes in carrying a massive gunpowder barrel toward the boss. Victor pushes his attack forward, uncaring about the flaming creature charging suicidally in his direction in the middle of the office. The barrel detonates at full force, causing a massive, devastating blast, wrecking everything around with fire blazes and heavy smoke. Pluto cracks a sadistic side smile, commenting that since the opponent loves soaking up physical blasts, he'll give him what he wants. He casts dozens of gunpowder skeletons all at once, commanding them all to detonate their barrels around the supreme leader to bury him in fire. A deafening string of explosions starts shaking the top of the guild skyscraper, lighting up the tower's windows with red flashes. Outside, the guards hear the thunderous noise. Surprisingly, deducting the boss must be testing the rookie with high-level combat. The security guard comments that to cause that level of destructive noise, the boy has to be a legit S rank to draw the leader's attention. In the middle of the office smoke, Pluto huffs completely worn out, leaning on his staff trying to catch his breath after spending so much mana. He thinks that even for the strongest warrior in the nation, no one should be able to walk out unscathed after taking dozens of suicide blasts head-on. However, the dust settles to reveal Victor Langley standing in the exact same spot, his armor shining without a single scratch. The protagonist's eyes open wide in complete terror and disbelief, witnessing the insane physical endurance of the guild's legendary elite leader. He can't believe the opponent absorbed all that destructive bomb impact directly with his own body without taking any damage. Victor simply dusts off his shoulder plate calmly, letting out a disdainful grunt, showing the boy's attack was nothing more than a tickle. Desperate over the power gap, Pluto decides to go all in, planning to summon hundreds of human bombs to drown the enemy in blasts. He readies his scythe to cast the giant army of the dead, but the S-rank opponent's speed is way too fast for him to react in time. Before the boy can finish the motion, Victor's heavy hand streaks like lightning through the air toward the young caster's neck. The man lifts Pluto off the ground by his neck with a single hand, choking the boy while furiously demanding to know what else he's hiding. Victor brings his intimidating face close to the boy, yelling threateningly, demanding he confess the full truth about his powers at once. Completely out of air, his neck getting crushed by the opponent's brutal force, the boy tries to keep his composure even facing imminent death. Pluto lets out a sarcastic, mocking smirk, and instead of answering the question, simply flips the middle finger at the guild's supreme leader. Seeing the boy's nerve, Victor's eyes flash threateningly, and he lets out a laugh before loosening his grip. Pluto is dropped to the floor, coughing desperately as he tries to catch his breath after nearly getting strangled by the big guy's force. Suddenly, the president's serious face completely shifts into a friendly smile, announcing the boy just passed the test. Still massaging his sore neck, the young necromancer is left completely confused, asking what on earth the man is talking about. Pluto sits at the meeting table, yelling in disbelief upon discovering that whole life-or-death brawl was nothing more than a staged simulation. Crowley explains he asked the boss to go tough on purpose, since true despair reveals a warrior's true character and willpower. The protagonist gives a crooked smile, ironically commenting he didn't expect a nice old man like Crowley to play so dirty. The chairman defends his friend, explaining there's no point investing all the guild's resources into someone who crumbles under the first wave of danger. He congratulates Pluto, admitting he's impressed not only by the infinite summoning power, but mainly by the boy's untamable spirit. The imposing warrior extends his metal hand, officially introducing himself as Victor Langley, the proud president of the Azure Dragon Guild. Pluto stares at the top leader of the nation's greatest military force with resolve, realizing he's finally earning his well-deserved respect. He reaches out and firmly shakes the giant's hand, introducing himself simply as Pluto, in a gesture of mutual respect between pros. The two exchange a memorable handshake, while Crowley watches from afar with a satisfied look, approving the boy's confident attitude. Victor mentions the boy's character is more than proven, but adds that his actual strength still needs one final field check. Pluto feels a cold sweat run down his face, asking nervously if the boss really wants to start another round of brawling in the room. The president laughs, saying the level gap between them is way too big, and a direct fight wouldn't yield useful data for a fair assessment. He proposes Pluto solo clear the Goblin Cave on Doomsday difficulty to receive full backing and maximum investment from the guild. As Crowley listens to the proposal with some concern, the boy stays quiet, analyzing the pros and cons of accepting such a wild mission. He visualizes the details of facing a level 15 dungeon on maximum difficulty completely solo, aware that the risk is massive. The chairman calms the boy down, assuring that even if he fails, he'll still be accepted into the guild, though he'll lose any special resource support. Without blinking for long, Pluto raises his head with a sharp gaze, firmly declaring he accepts the challenge proposed by the leader. Victor gives a side smile, praising the boy's guts, saying he hopes his strength matches his boldness in accepting the mission. Pluto leaves the office knowing school textbooks warn that doomsday monsters are several times stronger than gold-tier ones. He calculates the cave is 4 levels above his current stat, acknowledging it will be tough, but he needs to win to secure the guild's full backing. In the office, Crowley comments to the chairman that he understands the need to test limits, but questions if the terms weren't way too harsh. The elder recalls that even Victor in his youth needed a 4-person party and almost died clearing that exact same cave at level 12. The president counters from behind, saying if the boy is merely equal to him in his youth, then spending so many resources on him wouldn't make sense. The man adds that the prodigy they are going to nurture with all the guild's power needs to be something far greater than a simple hero. Victor declares the young man must become the strongest hunter of this entire era, while the scene cuts to Pluto finally arriving at the Goblin Cave. The protagonist stretches at the entrance, celebrating that his mana fully regenerated after getting plenty of rest, leaving him in top condition. He selects the dangerous Doomsday difficulty and steps with resolve into the dark portal to prove his true worth once and for all. Inside, red energy bolts begin crackling on the cave ceiling while dozens of hungry eyes glow in the deep darkness of the lair. Ignoring the eerie vibe of the damp environment, the young necromancer takes his first firm step into enemy territory with his head held high. Outside, other adventurers panic seeing a student enter the dungeon solo, commenting that doing so without an A-rank class is total suicide. A guy points out he saw the boy select Doomsday, and his partner laughs, claiming no one below level 15 has ever pulled that off. Inside the lair, Pluto walks calmly through the dim light, recalling that textbooks describe goblins with just 2 striking words. Suddenly, a pair of creepy yellow eyes flashes in the shadows, and the protagonist completes his thought, remembering they are brutal. Footstep sounds begin echoing off the stone dungeon walls, revealing the approach of the first green creatures armed with spears. A horde of wild goblins emerges laughing freakily while slamming their spiked clubs, ready to slice up the pushy intruder. Pluto analyzes the massive pack, calculating there must be almost 100 monsters in that spot, concluding today's challenge is no joke. But the boy lets out a mocking smile, letting them know his undead army outnumbers theirs by miles. He reaches out, summoning dozens of skeleton soldiers all at once, ordering them to utterly slaughter the green mob without mercy. The violent clash kicks off with the skeletons steamrolling the rivals brutally, and the system starts pouring in dozens of experience notifications. The young man celebrates noticing that even basic monsters give heavy experience, realizing clearing the place will take him straight to the next level. A blue glow wraps around the protagonist's body as the system updates his level sheet, indicating he's already completed a third of the way. Pluto looks satisfied, seeing that the entire goblin mob guarding the dungeon entrance was wiped off the map in just a few minutes of fighting. Without breaking stride, the young necromancer commands his troops to push forward immediately, deciding it's time to dive straight into the cave's depths. He laments that his summon range is only 5 meters, thinking that if it were larger, he could just stand at the entrance watching the clear unfold. The boy cracks a light, sarcastic smile to himself, realizing he might be dreaming a bit too big, expecting such an easy run in the dungeon. He notices his undead soldiers have already pushed ahead, clearing the corridors, and decides to jog to keep up with the battle's frantic pace. Another elite goblin gets sliced up mercilessly by one of Pluto's soldiers, and the system quickly notifies he earned another 1,000 experience points. The young man pushes forward casually, finding it weird that the path is so clear, wondering if the dungeon is already almost fully cleared. He quickly suspects this cakewalk, knowing full well President Langley would never make a high-stakes test easy. Suddenly, an absurd rumble echoes off the cave walls, signaling that the quiet spell is finally over and the real danger has arrived. The ground begins shaking violently, with rocks falling everywhere, showing something massive is moving in the dark. Pluto feels the tremor and warns his undead that a gigantic, extremely dangerous creature is about to pop up right in front of them. Wasting no time, the necromancer points into the dark corridor, ordering his skeleton soldiers to charge full power to attack the mark. But the push goes completely wrong when the skeletons are crushed instantly, and Pluto watches his warriors turn to dust. He stands stunned by such sheer raw power, as it's the first time he's seen his summons wiped out so easily by a single hit. The boy puts on a serious face, realizing only the dungeon's main boss would have enough power to sweep his undead army in the blink of an eye. Heavy, destructive footsteps keep cracking the ground as the colossal monster finally reveals itself, stepping out from the cave depths. Instead of getting scared, the protagonist simply cracks a confident smile, praising the loud, dramatic entrance the big guy just pulled off. The imposing monster emerges, smashing everything, revealing itself to be the terrifying level 10 colossal goblin leading that dungeon on peak difficulty. Pluto realizes the monster's size would be perfect to use his gunpowder skeletons, but the big guy strikes way too fast, leaving no time to cast. He then commands part of his troops to stall the boss, while he plans to convert the rest of the undead into walking explosive bombs. A fresh wave of bony warriors charges bravely against the giant monster to serve as a distraction while the main plan is set up. The boss simply swings its massive spiked club, pulverizing the poor skeletons in another devastating, rage-filled blow. Taking advantage of the opening, the Necromancer triggers his special skill, converting the fallen bodies into explosive barrels, ready to detonate everything. The colossal goblin spots the trick, locking its glowing, hate-filled eyes directly on the hidden protagonist. With a deafening roar, the monster unleashes a crushing attack right toward Pluto, completely wrecking the ground where he stood. The young man is surprised to realize he was spotted so easily by the monster, trying to react fast so he doesn't turn into a pancake in the dungeon. The crushing club hit causes a devastating impact, throwing up a massive dust screen and shattering the cave's stone floor. The monster roars victoriously, thinking it finally flattened the annoying intruder who dared challenge its sacred territory in the depths. But at the final millisecond, Pluto manages to trigger his secret ethereal form skill to phase intangibly through the stone wall. The boy pops back up unscathed from the middle of the rocks, admitting that if not for that spiritual dodge, he definitely would have died about twice by now. Now, out for blood, the boy mentions it's his turn to strike, triggering Gaze of Death to put the giant monster in its place. A giant, terrifying red eye projects into the air, staring down the boss, emanating an aura of pure psychological terror. The system confirms the colossal goblin fell into a fear stun, and dark tendrils of pure dread begin spiraling and locking up its body. Pluto looks down on the stunned creature with disdain, coldly stating that from now on, it's nothing more than a mere ingredient on his chopping board. He completes the chef joke, positioning himself next to his explosive skeletons ready to slice up the defenseless enemy. The boy wears that sadistic smile of someone who knows he won the match, whispering that the fireworks show is finally about to start. The young man declares the start of the feast, as the gunpowder barrels at the monster's feet light up their glowing fuses, threatening to blow everything sky high. An overwhelming wave of explosions engulfs the boss's body, turning the giant monster into a literal elite goblin roast. Black smoke rises as the big guy staggers, completely scorched and drained of strength after taking the massive damage from that explosive sequence. With one last crash, the boss collapses dead on the floor, and the system congratulates Pluto, delivering over 12,000 experience points at once. The boy observes the stretched-out body, finding it funny how easy it was to beat the big monster, considering he was expecting a true war of attrition. He complains that all that madness netted only 12,000 experience, not even enough to bump him up to the next level. The boy stays quiet, looking up at the cave ceiling, feeling something is very wrong inside that silent dungeon. He remembers that all his previous wins displayed a blue dungeon-cleared screen, but this time the system alert was totally different. The silence of the place only confirms his suspicions that President Langley's test still holds dangerous secrets locked under lock and key. Suddenly, it clicks, and the boy realizes in shock that this dungeon actually hides more than one powerful boss waiting for intruders. Pluto recalls theory classes mentioning that some rifts feature multiple leaders, and the exit portal only opens once every single one is eliminated. With that in mind, he leads his undead army forward, pushing deeper into the damp, dark corridors of that treacherous cave. Further ahead, a group of green warriors emerges wielding swords and shields, ready to defend the dungeon's most sacred territory. The boy notices the monster's level has spiked significantly, and now he's facing almost exclusively elite-type creatures. Without hesitating, he commands his troops to plow through any living barrier, and the bloody clash kicks off full force in the narrow hallway. The skeletons slaughter the rivals without mercy, and the boy notices the absurd density of elites indicates they are super close to the true end. A deafening roar, way scarier than the previous one, echoes from the shadows, indicating the true king of that lair is right around the corner. The young man locks his eyes toward the sound, knowing the true final boss is right up ahead, waiting to have its first showdown with him. He realizes the goblins defeated so far were just the tip of the iceberg upon spotting the silhouettes of massive monsters guarding the final hall. Pluto arrives at the final hall and comes across a mob of furious goblins who start yelling and drooling in rage upon realizing his presence. One of the massive monsters stops in its tracks with a blank look, unable to grasp what a mere arrogant human is doing there. The weird creature lets out a dragged grunt, trying to pronounce the word human while drooling in rage, wanting to rip the intruder in half. Pluto analyzes the battlefield and takes a big jump scare, realizing that actually there isn't just one boss left, but three of them together. As if three colossal bosses weren't enough, they are also backed by a massive horde with over 100 servants ready to throw down. The Necromancer checks his status and notices with concern that his previous spells burned through half his energy, leaving only 75 mana. The monster leader doesn't care for small talk and roars at his henchmen, ordering the immediate slaughter of that pushy human. The mob charges in, breaking the ground with blind rage, yelling to devour the poor boy who dares stand right in the middle of the hall. With no time to hoard his mana points, the protagonist summons his skeleton army, ordering them to attack with everything they've got. The three bosses sprint on the front line, slamming their heavy clubs onto the floor, making Pluto's bone warriors tremble from the impact. One of the green Goliaths raises a massive metal sledgehammer, swinging it through the air at impressive speed, prepping a crushing strike. The hammer's brutal hit comes down like a meteor, instantly pulverizing dozens of skeleton soldiers, turning the army to dust. Meanwhile, the few remaining warriors try to hold off the standard goblins' push, locking into an intense battle with their swords and shields. Another spiked log trap drops from the ceiling, crushing a bunch more bony allies, complicating Pluto's situation even further. But the protagonist notices something bizarre. The monsters are so bloodthirsty that they start beating and slicing each other up in the middle of the chaos. The Necromancer realizes the power gap is massive and that his standard soldiers can't even get close to those three colossi. He calculates his current mana won't hold up using Gaze of Death 3 times, but remembers that leveling up restores 30% of his energy. The problem is that if his mana hits 0 before he levels up, facing those 3 giant monsters will mean inevitable death in there. With no other choice, the boy decides to bet all his chips on a single desperate play, unleashing his terrifying dark aura through the hall. The bosses start looking around confused, feeling the crushing pressure of that dark energy surrounding the entire space. With a mysterious smile, the boy mentions it's time for his best warrior to shine, summoning his ace in the hole to clean up that mess. The legendary archer emerges imposing, wielding his glowing magic bow, ready to display the power of his evolved elite archer class. Pluto orders a focused shot while his mana bar keeps dropping fast from the energy draw required by the magic arrows. He points at the left boss and locks his Gaze of Death on it, applying the fear stun to leave it completely frozen and vulnerable. Right after, he uses the debris to cast more gunpowder skeletons that rush forward carrying dynamite barrels with lit fuses. A deafening boom shakes the entire cave as the barrels detonate right in the immobilized giant's face, creating a colossal fireball. The poor monster is swallowed by relentless blazes, taking the direct hit of several consecutive explosions that tear through its armor. The first boss collapses defeated, and the system updates Pluto's experience bar, yielding 12,500 points at once. He celebrates seeing he's at 98% progress, but notices his mana is in the gutter, with only 15 points left. The boy commands Archer to attack the second boss, but every arrow fired by the skeleton drains the little mana left in Pluto's tank. Suddenly, the Necromancer's mana hits absolute 0, dissolving his power aura, leaving the protagonist on his knees completely exhausted on the floor. Pluto's eyes open wide, realizing the mistake he made, knowing full well that running out of magic energy in the middle of that lair is a death sentence. Taking advantage of the boy's exhaustion, the second giant raises its colossal weapon and delivers a lethal blow at max power to flatten him for good. On pure instinct, the young hunter manages to roll to the side, dodging by a hair from having his head smashed against the stone floor. He yells desperate for his loyal archer, commanding him to do whatever it takes to stop that monster before it's too late. The elite warrior answers the call, drawing a massive spiritual energy arrow that glows with terrifying intensity on the bow. The clean shot flies like a blue lightning bolt, piercing the second elite monster's skull, causing violent damage that makes blood spurt. The giant can't handle the critical hit and collapses lifeless onto the ground, securing the experience payout the protagonist needed so badly. A golden light wraps around Pluto's body, and the system finally announces he leveled up to 12, instantly restoring his energy. But there's no time to celebrate, as the third and final boss charges furiously, breaking the ground with its heavy club, ready to avenge its brothers. The protagonist dives through the dust, breathing a sigh of relief for recovering his strength right at the brink of that crushing strike. He admits that if he took 1 second longer, he wouldn't have enough mana to activate his ethereal form and escape that strike alive. The last giant monster looks around confused and scared, realizing its target vanished into thin air once again like a ghost. But Pluto pops back up right behind the creature with his translucent form active, mocking the enemy, saying, "Today is its lucky day." With his mana fully recharged after the level up, the Necromancer gives that classic sadistic smile of someone about to cause some real harm. The boy coldly mentions that now it's his turn to have fun, projecting that massive, glowing red eye into the air that sparks panic in anyone. Gaze of Death hits the big guy dead on, applying the fear stun, making the giant monster tremble and break into a cold sweat, unable to move. Positioned calmly behind the paralyzed opponent, the young man orders his top archer to deliver the final blow to wrap up the match for good. Archer responds loyally, stating he will do as his master wishes, drawing his magic bowstring, concentrating all his power into one shot. The blue arrow pierces the last boss's head, dropping it lifeless as the system confirms the kill and hands over the final experience points. Pluto is left completely shocked, realizing his evolved archer can take down doomsday bosses with a single full-charge shot. He concludes that the undead soldiers who underwent evolution easily surpass both their original forms and the monsters of that dungeon. The young man realizes he needs to pick the next 4 evolutions very carefully if he wants to build the most powerful undead army ever. The system confirms on the blue screen that the Necromancer still has 4 open slots to evolve his summons using the souls of slain enemies. Meanwhile, the surviving standard goblins start trembling in terror, realizing they are completely cornered before that human. The boy finds it funny noting that even monsters feel fear, but coldly warns he won't show mercy, as they are just fuel for his growth. Wasting no more time, he commands his skeleton soldiers to finish off the remaining mob once and for all, fully clearing the lair. Archer also positions himself alongside his master, firing rapid arrows to help sweep the last enemies trying to flee from there. The protagonist places his hand on the archer's shoulder, asking him to rest, as there's no need to spend mana on such weak monsters. He reflects on how Archer's special attacks are ridiculously powerful, but unfortunately drain his mana in a very dangerous way. With only 30 mana points remaining, the young man realizes that simply leveling up won't be enough to sustain an army with multiple evolutions. He establishes that his top priority from now on is finding an urgent way to drastically increase his total mana pool. His bone warriors defeat the last elite goblin in the hallway, and the system sends the final notification of another 1,000 experience points earned. The dungeon is finally declared cleared, and Pluto smiles, remembering that clearing the area unlocks all loot rewards from the defeated enemies. A bright rain of valuable items starts falling onto the cave floor, and the Necromancer celebrates, announcing it's harvest time at last. Meanwhile, outside the rift, 2 level 13 hunters argue annoyed, complaining about nearly dying on Doomsday difficulty. One of the warriors glances at the lair entrance, wondering what happened to that rookie student who decided to go in there solo. He quickly slaps his own forehead, finding his silly concern funny, deducting the boy either died inside or ran away in fear long ago. Suddenly, the massive bells in the association's central square start ringing deafeningly, drawing the attention of every hunter there. The two men stand frozen at the noise, remembering that the bell ringing 3 times means only one crazy thing: a world record has been broken. The hunter's eyes widen, completely unable to believe what he's hearing, repeating in shock the news that a historic record has just fallen. They rush with the crowd to check the registration panel, hoping the legendary team needs a defense warrior for their roster. The screen displays Pluto's name, indicating he cleared the entire cave completely solo for the first time in history, and the warriors realize who did it. The crowd shoves around the portal entrance, creating a total frenzy while debating whether the legendary hero is a tank warrior or a female mage. The magic portal glows brightly, signaling the return of the legendary warrior, and people squeeze close, eager to see who the legend arriving is. Pluto steps out of the portal with an annoyed look, grumbling that he had terrible luck since all collected items were only good for defense classes. His inventory pops up on the screen packed with glowing shields and heavy swords, but unfortunately not a single useful piece for his mage style. He suddenly stops grumbling, noticing the dungeon entrance is completely packed with people staring directly at him. Dozens of experienced hunters, armed to the teeth, stand in absolute silence, staring at the young student as if he were a creature from another planet. Pluto drops a cold sweat bead, feeling completely uncomfortable, unable to grasp the reason for that flashy reception in the lobby. The chatter starts growing rapidly as the curious crowd begins closing in to try and get a close look at the new record holder's face. The 2 previous hunters stand jaw-dropped, recognizing the skinny boy, yelling that the world record holder is just a school kid. Others complain, let down, saying they expected a jacked, rugged warrior or a beautiful female mage, not just a skinny kid in a school uniform. The protagonist puts on a blank face, unable to understand why on earth those weird people are gossiping so much about his physical appearance. But soon someone yells that looks don't matter, because what actually counts is that the young man shattered a world record no one had ever beaten. The boy gets swarmed by dozens of phones, with people begging to add him to parties and guild reps offering multi-million-dollar contracts. Extremely annoyed by all that noise and cheap flattery, he starts pushing through people, desperately trying to find a quiet spot. He runs down the corridors, wondering why they treated him like a rare alien specimen just for clearing a standard dungeon. After shaking off the horde of fans and curious onlookers, the Necromancer finally manages to stop in a quiet spot and pulls his phone from his pocket to make a call. He dials Elder Crowley's number, thinking it's an excellent chance to let him know he completed the impossible test President Langley set up. Far away, in the Azure Dragon Guild office, Mentor Crowley tries to convince President Langley that putting a rookie in a doomsday test is insane. The Elder argues with concern that if something goes wrong and they lose a young genius with Pluto's talent, it would be a catastrophic loss for the nation. The powerful S-rank warrior rests his elbows on the desk, letting out a heavy sigh, asking his vice president what he suggests doing to lower the risks. Crowley suggests they at least allow the protagonist to bring a pro healer to ensure his life isn't in danger should an accident occur. Victor Langley nods in agreement, admitting it would be an unforgivable waste to lose such a talented boy due to a test mishap. The Azure Dragon Guild leader then gives in and authorizes bringing just one healer to accompany Pluto into the rift, but makes it clear there will be no more hand-holding. Crowley nods respectfully, thanking him for the reasonable decision that will help keep his young pupil safe from the rift's extreme dangers. The Elder pulls out his own phone, knowing full well the boy is extremely impatient and would likely try to go in there without prep. He prepares to call, but gets surprised to see his phone screen already glowing with an incoming call coming directly from Pluto himself. The old hunter narrows his eyes and picks up eagerly, without imagining the boy is already calling to report that the impossible dungeon has already been fully cleared. Crowley lets him know he spoke with the president, and Pluto has permission to bring a support ally into the dungeon. Pluto tries to explain the situation on the other end of the line, saying he only called to give an update about the test. The Elder lets out a gasp of surprise, unable to fully wrap his head around what the kid just said. In the meeting room, President Victor Langley notices his colleague's sudden agitation and asks what on earth happened. Stuttering, Crowley reveals that Pluto cleared the Doomsday difficulty dungeon all by himself and even broke the world record. The powerful president jumps out of his chair with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what he just heard. He demands that the elder hand over the phone immediately so he can speak with the new national prodigy himself. The kid is left hanging for a few seconds, calling out to the elder without realizing the phone has changed hands. The president takes over the call and asks directly if the young man really passed the impossible test. Pluto is surprised to recognize the striking voice of the supreme leader, but confirms that the challenge has been completed. The big guy sports a huge, satisfied grin, praising the smart move he made by betting on the kid. He mentions that the next step is to meet in person to discuss matters of extreme importance. As he heads down the stairs, the MC asks if he should head straight to the guild headquarters. Victor Langley declines, saying he already has the perfect time and place planned for this business meeting. The chosen spot is an extremely luxurious restaurant where only the elite and mega-wealthy billionaires can get in. Pluto arrives dressed up in a sharp suit, but hesitates to go in alone since nobody from the guild has arrived yet. To make matters more embarrassing, he realizes he only has 10 gold coins in his pocket because he didn't have time to sell the loot he collected. He takes a deep breath to calm his nerves, reminding himself that if he doesn't fear dungeon monsters, he shouldn't fear a restaurant. The young man decides to face the challenge and walks toward the entrance, determined to play it as cool as possible. The receptionist greets him politely and asks if he has a reservation for the night. Upon hearing that the reservation is for VIP room number 1, the woman is stunned and asks to check his status panel. The system displays Pluto's status, showing he is a level 12 Necromancer, far below the typical standard of the place. Even though she's shocked, the staff member confirms the data and clears the kid to enter the luxurious establishment. She is left thoughtful, remembering that the exclusive room is reserved only for national dignitaries invited by the president. The woman watches the young man walk away, wondering what kind of hidden monster this Pluto guy really is. An elegant waiter approaches, stating he has already received orders from President Langley and asks the guest to follow him. The MC follows the staff member through the main dining hall, catching the subtle attention of a few wealthy patrons. At one of the tables, an arrogant young guy enjoys a nice steak, having no idea who just walked into the room. It's Adrian, who is annoyed because the hitman he hired went dark and hasn't sent any updates about the job. He comforts himself thinking that as soon as his contact finishes the mission, Pluto's fate will be completely sealed. At that exact moment, Pluto walks right past his table, making the villain almost choke on his food from the sudden shock. Adrian's eyes widen, completely unable to believe that his biggest rival is still alive and kicking. He quickly regains his haughty posture and decides to humiliate his rival using the power of his money. The rich kid loudly clinks his fork against his plate to grab everyone's attention in the dining hall. Adrian starts mocking Pluto, asking if he won the lottery to have the nerve to step foot in a place like this. The waiter steps in to ask if there's a problem, while Pluto simply groans at having to put up with this annoying guy again. Adrian continues throwing insults, saying this is no place for broke trash and that a single table here costs thousands of coins. The staff member loses his patience and demands the customer watch his mouth, as Pluto is a VIP guest of the house. The rich kid is left speechless upon finding out that the guy from the slums holds such a high status in that fancy restaurant. He bursts out laughing, calling the manager crazy and insisting Pluto is nothing more than a poor orphan from the dirt. Adrian rants on, calling his rival a nobody candidate and asking if he thinks he's already guild royalty. Annoyed by the circus, Pluto begins to emit a dark, chilling aura that sends shivers down his opponent's spine. The villain panics, remembering that fights inside are strictly forbidden and that violators are hunted down by the top 5 guilds. The staff member desperately begs Pluto to calm down, terrified of losing his job if a fight breaks out there. With an extremely cold gaze, the Necromancer releases his specters and coldly asks why he should calm down. The employee breaks into a cold sweat, convinced his livelihood just went up in smoke because of the two young hunters' tempers. But the MC says he just wanted to show something interesting and summons a glowing object into his right hand. He displays the beautiful blue bow and mockingly asks if the rich kid recognizes the true owner of that valuable weapon. Adrian almost loses his mind as he instantly recognizes the magical bow that belonged to the elite hitman, Cedric. Pluto coldly informs him that the hitman is already gone and dares his rival to send the next fool who wants to take a shot at him. Adrian falls into absolute despair, realizing the professional hitman he hired was completely defeated and taken out. Pluto makes the blue bow disappear with a simple dismissive gesture, leaving his rival completely speechless. Ignoring the rich kid's existence, the MC asks the waiter to lead him to the reserved room right away. Adrian goes crazy with envy for never having stepped inside a room like that, wondering how a mere rank C defeated a level 18 hitman. Consumed by rage, he screams Pluto's name while the hero keeps walking without giving a single thought to the scene being made. The Necromancer just glances back with a cold, brief look, showing absolute disdain for the rich kid's desperation. The villain shouts out of control, stating the Azure Dragon Guild isn't the only one in the country and that the MC won't be safe there. Suddenly, a massive, heavy hand grabs Adrian's shoulder and an intimidating voice asks if he's underestimating the guild. Spooked by the crushing grip, the arrogant kid draws his battle axe, wanting to slice up whoever dared to touch him. Adrian swings the weapon wildly, screaming that nobody has the right to lay a hand on him while he's talking. Unluckily for him, the attack is effortlessly blocked by an imposing bronze soldier summoned right in front of him. The rich kid freezes upon recognizing the metallic creature, realizing he just made the biggest mistake of his entire life. Elder Crowley steps out of the shadows with a terrifying glare, listing all the offenses the kid just committed in public. Adrian panics completely and tries to apologize on the spot, claiming he didn't know he was talking to the powerful vice president of the guild. Crowley warns him that an ordinary citizen would have been seriously hurt by that strike and decides to teach the spoiled rich kid an unforgettable lesson. Desperate, the villain tries to appeal to the restaurant's peace rules, reminding them that not even the vice president can fight inside. The elder simply looks at the mysterious man in a suit beside him and repeats the word with heavy irony. The imposing President Victor Langley steps forward, declaring with ultimate authority that he himself is the rule in this place. Adrian feels the crushing pressure of the legendary warrior and realizes things have spiraled completely out of control. Langley clenches his fist, gathering an absurd amount of crackling yellow electrical energy around his hand. With a devastating blow, the guild leader sends the arrogant youngster flying, blasting him straight through the wall of the fancy restaurant. Adrian's body shatters the massive glass windows and sails out toward the street, right under the shocked gazes of the patrons. The president warns everyone that Pluto is a very important guest, and any trash that messes with him will meet the exact same fate. Pedestrians walking on the sidewalk outside panic as they see a young man come flying out from inside the establishment. Adrian lies on the ground, coughing up smoke, pathetically begging for someone to call an ambulance to save him. Looking up, the pedestrians spot the two living legends of the Azure Dragon Guild standing by the shattered restaurant window. The customers gossip with open mouths, finally connecting the dots and realizing the student in the black suit is the president's VIP guest. Meanwhile, Pluto just watches the commotion with his usual bored expression, not caring much about the spoiled kid's fate. The restaurant manager comes running over and bows deeply, offering an official welcome to the two guild leaders. Langley dismisses the formalities and lets him know they're heading straight to the VIP room, leaving the damage in the main hall for the manager to handle. The staff member promptly agrees, assuring them he will take care of everything and that the distinguished guests don't need to worry about a thing. He immediately orders the staff to clean up the mess, clear out the curious customers, and send the loudmouth kid to the hospital. The president observes Pluto closely and remarks that the kid's feat of clearing the Doomsday Dungeon alone was remarkable. He praises the fact that the young man didn't suffer a single scratch and greets him warmly alongside Elder Crowley. Crowley cuts into the business talk, suggesting they head into the reserved room before the amazing food gets completely cold. Pluto enters the room, surprised to discover that the friendly Elder Crowley hides such a wild and intense side when he's annoyed. The old mage pats the kid on the back, reinforcing that his performance in the rift proved they were right about his potential. The MC nods silently, but recalls that he almost met his end in there and that his mana is completely drained at the moment. The group finally stands before the massive golden door of room number 1, the most luxurious suite in the entire restaurant. Crowley gives a mysterious smile and assures the young man that his mana bar will overflow in no time once they start dinner. The doors swing open to reveal a grand feast with dozens of exotic dishes prepared especially for elite guests. The hero's mouth waters at the flawless presentation of the food, realizing that everything in there screams ultimate luxury and wealth. The elder instructs him to pick any chair, sit down, and make himself completely at home during this night of celebration. The president is already serving himself a plate and encourages the kid to start eating without any shyness or hesitation. Crowley explains that he ordered special dishes with active, beneficial effects to restore all the energy Pluto spent in the dungeon. He details how support-class chefs can prepare delicacies that grant temporary stat boosts and fast regeneration. These foods work just like top-tier magical potions, boosting the combat stats of the warriors who consume them. The young necromancer listens attentively, finding it fascinating that such a useful culinary system exists for warriors. Crowley serves a piece of special meat that promises to drastically increase the speed of the MC's mana recovery. Taking a bite, Pluto feels an overwhelming surge of power course through his body, sending his mana bar skyrocketing. Crowley points out that although the food buffs are only temporary, their impact in battle is nothing short of game-changing. The elder serves another spicy dish, explaining that the fiery red pepper serves to grant a raw boost to physical strength. He keeps piling food onto the kid's plate, listing special items for agility, defense, and even physical energy regeneration. Pluto doesn't waste time on table manners and starts scarfing down everything in sight, as if he hadn't eaten in an entire week. The kid finishes dinner completely stuffed, but feeling like a true superhuman with all his temporary stats boosted. After watching the young man enjoy the feast, President Victor Langley dabs his mouth with a napkin and decides it's finally time to talk business. He congratulates Pluto on passing the insane test and announces that from this moment on, he is officially a member of the Azure Dragon Guild. However, Victor explains that for safety reasons, the young man will need to keep his affiliation a total secret to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The MC fully understands the need for discretion and simply nods his head, agreeing to the orders of his new boss. Next, the guild leader shifts his tone to a more serious note and asks if the young man knows who the true enemies of the nation are. Pluto answers that back at the academy. The instructors always said neighboring countries C and Z were their biggest current rivals. Victor confirms that those nations are indeed dangerous and constantly send elite hitmen to eliminate prodigies before they grow too strong. Elder Crowley adds that if those rivals find out their nation has a warrior capable of breaking limits, they'd try to take him out immediately. As he listens about the risks, the kid clenches his fist and wonders why people in any world always find excuses to start conflicts. At that moment, Crowley notices an incredibly dense intent coming from Pluto, something chilling he had never seen in the young man before. The old mage tries to soothe the mood, stating that while conflict between humans is dangerous, it's far from the worst threat out there. The necromancer gets quite curious and asks what could possibly be worse than entire nations waging a brutal conflict of mutual destruction. Victor stares at the young man seriously and asks if he's truly prepared to hear the grim truth about how this world operates. The MC maintains a firm stance, focusing his full attention on the president's words as he waits for the big reveal. The guild leader grimly reveals that to certain species, this planet is nothing more than a simple hunting ground waiting to be harvested. Pluto is left in total shock by the terrifying reveal and asks what on earth that actually means for humanity's survival. The president explains in detail that there are two types of rifts in the world, the blessing rifts they know and the terrible calamity rifts. Wanting to grasp the severity of the situation better, the young man asks what the actual practical difference is between these two types of magic portals. Victor holds up 3 fingers and notes that blessing rifts and calamity rifts differ in 3 crucial operational ways. The first difference is that blessing rifts require specific keys to open and appear right where the hunter chooses to use them. On the other hand, calamity rifts spawn completely at random anywhere on the planet, whether on mountain peaks or in the middle of major cities. The second big difference involves the internal monsters, as blessing rift opponents scale their levels perfectly to match the hunter's level. In contrast, calamity monsters have completely randomized levels and quantities, making them infinitely stronger than any ordinary beast. Pluto processes the information silently, understanding there is a clear hierarchy of power where calamity beasts reign supreme at the top. The president raises his index finger to point out the third factor, which he calls the most critical and frightening difference between the portals. He explains that hunters control entry into standard dungeons and rifts, and the beasts inside can never cross over to the outside world. Unfortunately, the same doesn't apply to calamity rifts, as the monsters inside can freely step through the portal to invade our reality. Pluto's eyes widen, startled by the real possibility of beasts using the rifts to launch surprise attacks against defenseless populations. The president confirms the dark theory, reinforcing that this is why monsters view this planet as nothing more than their personal slaughterhouse. The kid concludes that compared to these uncontrollable rifts, the threat of conflict between neighboring nations seems almost like child's play. Victor warns that scattered rifts are just an annoying headache, but humanity's true despair comes from something far worse. He reveals that every 10 years, a colossal rift over 1 kilometer tall opens up, bringing hundreds of smaller portals along with it. The feared Demon King leads this mass invasion to decimate humanity in a desperate global crisis known as the Rift War. The guild leader stares at the young man with an intensely serious expression, warning that the next major cataclysm will happen in just 1 year. The kid is left speechless by the proximity of the disaster and questions why a historical tragedy of this scale was never mentioned in school textbooks. Crowley explains that revealing extinction is near would cause widespread panic in society, which is why governments hide the info from the public. Thinking quickly about the geopolitical situation, the Necromancer deduces that the location chosen as the battlefield for the next war is their own nation. Upon hearing the young student's razor-sharp deduction, the 2 veteran guild leaders widen their eyes in absolute shock. Intrigued by the kid's sharp mind, Elder Crowley asks how on earth he managed to guess such a closely guarded state secret. Pluto coldly replies that he can feel a terrible, deep anxiety in both of their eyes, something etched deep into their very bones. The legendary Rank S warrior gazes at the young man, deeply impressed by the analytical ability and sharp perception of the student in the suit. Victor praises the kid's cleverness, admitting he thought he had hidden his concern well, only to be easily read by a student. The Necromancer stares fixedly at his drink, quietly murmuring that he knows that terrible feeling of anxiety better than anyone there. He remembers his past life on Earth, serving as a terrified young soldier in the middle of a brutal conflict, trying to stop his hands from shaking. The president asks what the kid just said, and the hero quickly covers it up, cursing himself for almost giving away his biggest secret. Pluto pretends he deduced everything solely from their reactions, but asks how they discovered the colossal rift so far in advance. Elder Crowley explains that a completely neutral international guild called Oculus exists to handle predictions for the world. He details that this organization recruits powerful seers around the globe and sells future revelations for massive profits. The Oculus Guild can predict the exact location of the disaster 2 years in advance, making preparations for the crisis much easier. The kid questions what would stop enemy countries C and Z from attacking their nation while they were busy fighting at the rift. The elder says there is a sacred rule prohibiting any nation from attacking the country hosting the conflict, under threat of becoming an enemy to all humanity. The Necromancer finally understands the reason behind the sudden silence and temporary peace Nation Z adopted after being so aggressive. The president adds that governments worldwide would be far too focused on stockpiling resources for the big conflict anyway. Curious, the young man asks if humans have ever tried crossing calamity portals to invade and explore the world of the monsters themselves. Victor Langley freezes at the bold question, staring at the kid with a deeply shocked and dead serious expression. Crowley goes into full panic mode, telling the young man to get that crazy idea out of his head, warning that holding off the Demon King already costs far too many lives. He reveals that in the last crisis, the Azure Dragon Guild lost 70% of its elite warriors and was almost disbanded entirely. Pluto realizes just how dangerous that enemy is and silently admits to himself that he was far too naive to underestimate the big threat. The guild leader confesses with shining eyes that although the past was tragic, Pluto's arrival will change the entire course of history. Langley states that with the kids' unlimited army of monsters, they'll be able to double their defensive forces with half the effort. The big guy enthusiastically reinforces that with this absurd gift, the kid holds the unique power to alter the fate of their whole nation. He lets him know Pluto has a full year to train and promises unconditional support on behalf of his entire powerful organization. Victor Langley then orders his companion Crowley to bring out the mysterious package they prepared for the new recruit. The elder sets a heavy black briefcase down on the banquet table with a thud, drawing the Necromancer's attention. The MC asks curiously what's inside, and the old hunter replies that these are welcome gifts from the organization. The young man unlatches the briefcase, his eyes lighting up as he sees the intense glow of legendary treasures stored inside. He is completely dazzled and asks in disbelief if all those valuable items are truly a gift for him to use. Crowley shows the first eye-shaped golden item, revealing it to be the legendary artifact called the Eye of Phoenix. The screen displays the artifact's stats, which allow the user to teleport close to any other holder of the item. The elder mentions that legendary items usually have strict level restrictions, but this rare artifact can be equipped as early as level 1. Pluto is blown away by the absurd utility of being able to teleport over any distance without a single restriction. President Langley explains that only 6 of these pendants exist on the planet, created for emergency meetings among leaders. The MC grows concerned about the generous gift and asks what the leader will do if he ever needs the artifact himself. Langley opens his suit jacket to reveal he already wears an identical necklace, admitting their organization received 2 of these rare pieces. He explains that for security reasons, the kid's pendant is linked solely to his, ensuring immediate backup. Pluto realizes he essentially gained the president of the strongest guild in the country as his personal, full-time bodyguard. Elder Crowley takes the floor to introduce the second gift, revealing a beautiful, glowing magic ring in his hand. The panel shows the stats of the legendary Moonlit Ring, which grants 100 additional points of maximum mana to whoever equips it. The MC loses no time and slides the sleek silver ring onto his right ring finger, feeling energy flow immediately. A surge of purple power envelops the young man as his maximum mana bar instantly jumps from 150 to 250. The Necromancer celebrates the sweet mana upgrade and loves the passive buff that boosts his magic attributes during full moon nights. Crowley warns that the ring was his battle companion for over a decade and threatens the kid, saying he'll pay dearly if he loses it. The MC freezes at the mentor's dark warning and hastily promises he will guard the valuable ring with his very life. Finally, the elder hands 3 blessing keys over to Pluto, who gets excited to finally see items he recognizes up close. But before the kid can grab the items, Crowley pulls the keys back, leaving the hero completely confused by the old man's antics. The elder scolds him, saying these keys are far too rare and that the guild only has 9 of them in their entire stock. Pluto asks when he should use them, and the mage explains that higher-level monsters yield far more experience and legendary gear. He advises the kid to save the keys for when he reaches a high level or when his level progression hits a complete wall. The kid agrees, but mentions he needs to level up fast and asks if they have any other location to recommend. Old Crowley smiles at the young man's eagerness and lets him know that he and the president have already picked the ideal training ground for him. He reveals the Grand Apex Temple, a massive complex built joint venture style by all top 5 guilds in the nation. The MC gets hyped, remembering the place is famous for housing the hardest dungeons with the best rewards in the country. With an eager smile on his face, the young necromancer says he can't wait to start and asks how to get there. Elder Crowley presents a beautiful golden magic crystal capable of teleporting the user straight to the lobby of the famous temple. He hands over the jewel, telling Pluto to head straight to Hall number 3, which features perfect challenges for hunters level 10 to 25. Pluto promises he's in top physical and mental condition, ready to start clearing every dungeon he finds along the way. The imposing President Victor Langley warns with a stern look that the young man needs to take extreme care the moment he arrives. The kid responds that he knows full well the temple challenges are infinitely harder than standard ones and promises to remain cautious. Victor alerts him that the biggest danger in the temple isn't the beasts, but the other professional hunters frequenting the training halls. He explains that the youngsters there are extremely arrogant prodigies from the top 5 guilds, and the MC will definitely become a target. The guild leader personally asks the kid to avoid serious fights, as the other rookies wouldn't stand a chance against him in combat. Pluto smiles sheepishly and reassures his boss, promising he'll do everything to avoid trouble and won't hurt any of the rich kids there. Victor suggests that if a fight becomes unavoidable, the kid just needs to flash the golden crystal to make rivals back off in fear of the name behind it. With final instructions given, the president says goodbye, telling the kid to use the Eye of Phoenix if he needs urgent help on his journey. The hero looks at the legendary treasures he just gained in his briefcase and feels more prepared than ever to begin his training. He formally thanks the president and Elder Crowley, promising he won't let down the trust of either leader. In a matter of seconds, a massive beam of blue magical light shoots down from the sky onto the kid, initiating the teleportation process. With a crackle of magic energy, the young necromancer vanishes completely from the luxurious dining hall of the Sunview restaurant. The mana particles fade into the air, leaving only the president and vice president staring at the empty space where Pluto just stood. Old Mage Crowley lets out a long sigh, admitting he's extremely eager to see the kids' growth by their next meeting. Langley agrees, but warns with a sharp glare that before the kid grows further, they need to do some heavy house cleaning along his path. The vice president gets the message immediately and asks if this involves the hit job arranged against the young man. The big guy confirms, stating the intelligence department figured out who the cowardly mastermind behind that dangerous attempt was. Victor reveals the culprit is none other than the same arrogant kid he threw through the restaurant window just minutes ago. Crowley says everything makes sense now, and that if they hadn't been in a public place, that punch would have gone right through Adrian's head. The elder states they cannot tolerate threats against Pluto and asks if the investigation into the kid's family background is complete. Victor shares that the rich kid's dad is just a regular businessman without powers, but the family hides a slightly more troublesome secret. He reveals that Adrian has an older brother who serves as an elite captain in the powerful rival guild called White Tiger. Crowley warns that the rival guild leader is famous for having a short fuse, and messing with their captain could ignite a guild war. The president assumes a terrifying stance, asserting that not even the leader of White Tiger could stop him from crushing this threat. The elder watches his boss's rage and asks what the organization's final call is regarding the young heir of the Blackwood family. Victor orders the immediate capture of the entitled kid, making it crystal clear that if he dares resist arrest, the consequences will be fatal. With eyes burning with anger, the president demands the soldiers execute Adrian on the spot if he attempts to fight back against guild forces. Crowley agrees with the harsh call, stating he will personally oversee the matter to guarantee the young necromancer's safety. Victor thanks him and orders the capture operation to be carried out loudly, demonstrating the absolute power of the Azure Dragon Guild. The elder begins casting a teleportation spell beneath his feet, preparing to mobilize the organization's assault troops. He realizes the president's plan is to draw all the anger and fury of rival families directly onto the Azure Dragon Guild. Langley confirms the tactic, explaining that since Pluto hasn't fully matured yet, their guild must serve as the ultimate shield against danger. Meanwhile, the MC appears in the lobby of the Apex Temple, which is packed wall to wall with noisy, experienced adventurers. Multiple hunters shout down the halls looking for healers and rank S warriors to form parties for local dungeons. The hero looks up at the massive electronic displays showcasing recent dungeon clears, impressed by the scale of the venue. The young man checks his status panel and reminds himself he came here solely to level up fast and unlock new system evolutions. He wonders which of those dungeons would yield the highest amount of experience so he doesn't waste time testing them one by one. Out of nowhere, a cute girl dressed as a witch approaches, complimenting the kid's looks and asking if it's his first time in the hall. He confirms, and the young woman introduces herself as Layla Shaw, explaining she works there as a dungeon guide to assist new hunters. Pluto is skeptical of the free friendliness and asks the price for help. The witch smiles and says she charges 1 gold coin per question. The MC pulls a gold coin from his pocket, remembering he needs to trade the rest of his loot for real currency soon. The Necromancer tosses the shiny coin to the girl and asks directly which dungeon yields the highest overall experience. Layla is a bit surprised by the kid's ambition and confirms he wants to know which challenge grants the absolute maximum bonus. She explains that since he is level 12, he can only challenge level 15 locations, ruling out the complex's large-scale dungeons. The girl reveals that the Abyss Spider Nest offers the best rewards, but warns he'll have to wait a long time to get in. The young man asks for the reason behind the wait, and the guide explains the place is packed with tiny monsters that swarm from all sides. Pluto says he doesn't need to wait for anyone, leaving the girl stunned that he thinks he can face that danger without a full party. Layla points toward a portal, showing that only specialized, highly trained teams manage to survive that nest. She points out with admiration that the elite party that just exited the portal currently holds the speed record for that brutal dungeon. The elite team steps out of the portal covered in blood, with one warrior screaming that he lost an eye in the fight. Layla uses the tragic example to show that even a perfect 5-person team suffers terrible casualties in that place. Without giving a single thought to others' tragedy, the MC keeps walking and calmly states he isn't part of any team. He turns his head dismissively and firmly declares he's going to tackle that dangerous dungeon completely solo. The girl panics completely, letting out a hysterical scream upon realizing the rookie actually wants to enter the spider nest alone. The guide's loud scream makes the entire hall go silent, with everyone staring at Pluto in utter disbelief. The young man feels bothered by the pointless drama, while the girl hastily apologizes, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Surrounding hunters burst out laughing, mocking the Necromancer and warning him that this isn't a playground for kids. The witch apologizes for raising her voice, and the hero simply says he's already completely used to foolish comments. Still, she begs him to drop the crazy idea so he doesn't meet his end, but the young man just thanks her for the information on the location. The panel displays terrifying stats for the nest, indicating over 1,000 monsters inside and a long record clear time. The MC's eyes widen slightly in surprise upon discovering he'll have to face such a massive horde of enemies all at once. He soon flashes an ambitious smile, realizing the insane amount of experience from that place will help him level up fast. Since it's his first time facing so many monsters, the kid decides to play it safe and selects hero difficulty just to test the waters. The injured hunters watch him step into the portal, calling him blind and out of his mind for picking that challenge solo. Another rank S warrior mocks the kid, betting the weak rank C necromancer won't last even 5 minutes inside. The scene shifts to the dark interior of the spider nest, revealing a pitch-black cave completely blanketed in creepy cobwebs. The young man walks through, complaining about the stench of decay and the gross sound of insects crawling along the walls. Gripping his giant scythe tightly, he summons his skeletal warriors enveloped in purple flames to clear the infested path. Noticing dozens of spiders fast approaching, the MC flashes a dark smile, stating that a feast of experience just came to him. The Bone Warriors take up combat positions in front of their master, patiently awaiting the first enemy swarms. With a firm, verbal command, Pluto orders his skeletal troops to advance relentlessly and wipe out every last creature in sight. One of the infantry skeletons leaps nimbly with sword drawn, rushing to meet the swarm of crawling monsters. The creature lands a precise slash, cutting down the first small spiders and triggering experience notifications in the system. However, a flood of baby spiders begins crawling up the Bone Warrior's body, completely pinning him down in an annoying display. The MC watches his servant from afar, realizing the horde of tiny insects is locking up the soldier's physical movements. The spiders start biting and cracking the bone structure of the skeleton's skull, leaving it on the brink of total destruction in seconds. Pluto admits those insects are annoying, but remembers he possesses more than one type of specialized soldier in his undead arsenal. The hero gestures with his hand and instantly converts his skeleton into an explosive variant carrying a massive gunpowder barrel. The creature detonates with a deafening blast, sending dozens of spiders flying and generating a shower of experience for the kid. The Necromancer does the math, realizing that with each monster yielding solid experience, this dungeon will yield as much as the Goblin Lair. He snaps his fingers, realizing that for someone with infinite explosive summons, this place is an absolute training paradise. Pluto decides to convert all his troops into gunpowder suicide bombers to clear the massive swarms of hatchlings fast and clean. A relentless wave of explosions sweeps through the spider nest, reducing the insect army to ash and smoke within minutes. Thanks to that explosive bombardment tactic, the young Necromancer is engulfed in a bright blue light and jumps straight to level 13. Without hesitation, the kid dumps all his new stat points into maximum mana, knowing magical power is his most vital stat. The panel displays his updated status, showing the MC now possesses 255 points of max mana with his gear equipped. Although the moonlit ring helped tremendously, he knows he still needs far more power points to unlock the system's upcoming caps. The young man has a strong hunch that the next evolutions granted by the system will deliver an even more colossal mana increase. Suddenly, an extremely thick spider web shoots down from the dark cave ceiling toward the hero out of nowhere. Pluto manages to dodge the attack by a hair, noticing the sticky goo clinging to the stone floor right next to his feet. Looking up, he comes face to face with a colossal creature, realizing he just drew the attention of an adult abyss spider. Since the monster is clinging to the ceiling dozens of meters up, his ground-based explosive troops can't reach the target to detonate. But the Necromancer smirks confidently, reminding the giant beast that he didn't come to this dungeon battle alone. The young man channels his dark mana and summons his powerful evolved elite soldier, Archer, who emerges impressively from the purple shadows. The skeletal marksman draws his beautiful blue bow, and Pluto points to the ceiling, ordering the sniper to take out the hanging beast immediately. Archer draws the magic bowstring back and fires a light-infused blue energy arrow that cuts through the cavern air at high speed. The projectile hits the monster square on, triggering an energy blast that knocks the large beast down cold and grants 100 experience points. Pluto celebrates the attack's precision, thinking that without his elite archer, he'd have no way of hitting distant targets in here. However, he knows an evolved legendary sniper like Archer should be capable of far more than just firing simple arrows. Pluto stares at the dark ceiling and commands Archer to engage in combat, asking his elite soldier not to let him down in this fight. A horde of creepy monsters begins crawling down the walls, and the MC coldly warns that this is about to turn into a full-on massacre. Thick smoke and purple energy swirl around the kid's feet as he readies his magical troops for the dungeon's main showdown. He commands his ground forces, ordering the bombers to handle all the small spiders trying to attack up close. The roar of detonations echoes through the dark cave, obliterating dozens of enemies and boosting the kid's experience points all at once. Hot flames from the blasts illuminate the entire nest, revealing the charred remains of spiders that tried to get close to the Necromancer. Pluto turns to Archer and orders him to personally handle all the fast monsters attacking from long range. The skeleton archer knocks a glowing blue arrow, focusing an insane amount of magic power at the tip of his projectile. He aims his bow high and fires a massive salvo of magic arrows that surge toward the dark ceiling of the cavern. Glowing projectiles cut through the darkness toward hundreds of shining eyes belonging to spiders camouflaged at the top of the nest. The system notifies the activation of Archer's arrow rain ability, unleashing a continuous torrent of energy shots. Thousands of glowing blue arrows begin raining from the cave ceiling like a deadly storm impossible for the beasts to dodge. The shots pierce and destroy hundreds of spiders in one go, clearing almost the entire aerial horde threatening the undead squad. The defeated monsters begin raining down lifeless onto the cave floor, creating a bluish haze of magic energy dissolving into the air. The hero celebrates his servant's efficiency, remembering that beyond absurd single-target damage, his elite archer possesses insane area of effect power. The only downside to that skill is the massive mana cost, which drains almost his entire energy pool in just a few seconds of combat. Fortunately, the entire horde of weak monsters in that chamber was completely wiped out, clearing the path for the hero to advance to the main room. Pluto walks forward, determined to face the final boss of the dungeon, while giant red eyes glow in the deep darkness of the ceiling. Outside the portal, other adventurers begin growing impatient, noticing the kid has been inside for 20 minutes already. One of them bets the kid is already gone, but another reminds him that if he had failed, the system would have issued a global alert. The swordsman suggests Pluto must be hiding and shaking in fear, but his buddy warns that this dungeon has no safe hiding spots. Shocked, the young man asks if the rookie rank C Necromancer could really be crazy enough to be fighting the spider horde all by himself. He yells in frustration, saying a weak Necromancer who summons a few skeletons every half hour would never survive a swarm that size. The party member admits he hates considering the possibility, but the MC's attitude remains burned into his mind. He confesses that the confident look on the kid's face as he entered the portal gave him the strange feeling that he might actually win the challenge. But soon he shakes his head, saying that even if the kid beats the trash mobs, he'll never defeat the final nightmare of the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the heart of the dark cavern, the colossal Empress of the Abyss spiders emerges, staring down at the hero with dozens of red eyes. The massive monster drops from the ceiling with a violent crash that shakes the stone floor and cracks the walls around the young necromancer. Pluto looks up at the creature up close, admitting she is huge and that he can feel the strong stench of death coming off the boss. The boss opens its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, firing a fast stream of acid webs straight at the young man with lethal intent. The web surges forward at high speed, ripping through the air, but Pluto remains still, patiently waiting for the exact moment to react. A shield skeleton leaps in front of his master, blocking the attack with precision and deflecting the acid web away from the MC. The kid mocks the monster's power, asking if that sloppy, violent reception is how spiders welcome guests around here. He raises his giant scythe, determined to return the greeting in his own explosive way, and calls forth fresh troops for the strike. A surge of fire and smoke swallows the giant spider empress's front legs, making her let out a high-pitched screech of pain as she gets hit. Troops from the skeletal army scramble in every direction, scaling the rocks to encircle the giant beast under their master's orders. A bone soldier uses his giant shield to protect the necromancer from flying rock debris sent airborne by the boss's wild spastic thrashing. More devastating gunpowder blasts slam into the monster's body, which begins to burn and lose a large portion of its combat strength. The young man praises the final boss's durability, admitting it truly lives up to its title by tanking so much continuous damage. Resolved to end the fight, Pluto activates his death stare, targeting the giant beast's glowing eyes to freeze its movements in place. A colossal red eye appears in the cavern sky, applying an absolute fear effect and locking the great empress right in her tracks. With the boss completely defenseless and unable to react, the hero declares the hard part of the fight over and kicks off the final phase of the plan. He commands his gunpowder troops to keep advancing non-stop, burying the giant spider under an endless stream of explosions. Dozens of suicide bomber skeletons rush toward the frozen target, detonating their barrels and turning the cavern into a literal inferno. The great empress collapses dead onto the stone floor, and the system notifies victory, granting 35,000 experience points to the kid. Pluto is wrapped in the divine light of evolution, climbing to level 14 and earning new points to distribute into his power stats. He celebrates the absurd result, remembering that leveling up here is insanely fast and that reaching level 15 is now just a matter of time. The young man walks through the treasures scattered across the floor, noticing his inventory is getting packed with the massive amount of loot. Outside, the party's swordsman checks his watch impatiently, unable to understand why the mysterious young man is taking so long in there. The party's healer loses her cool, stating the Necromancer will never manage to clear that place solo, and calls her friends to leave. The warrior gives up and agrees he shouldn't expect anything grand from a mere rookie hunter with such a low rank. He hurries after his party member, trying to catch up before she leaves the temple lobby. Suddenly, a high-pitched chime coming straight from the portal catches the attention of every hunter present. The young man freezes as he recognizes the sound, realizing that noise signifies an official dungeon record being broken. The lobby erupts into total chaos, with people wondering who could have broken the spider nest record twice in a row. A woman asks if it was the Necromancer who went in alone, but others laugh it off, saying that would be impossible. The giant screen displays the message confirming Pluto cleared the hero difficulty dungeon completely solo in just 22 minutes. The MC steps calmly out of the magical portal under the shocked gazes of every warrior in the lobby. The crowd is stunned to see the kid actually pulled off the impossible feat and cleared the nest solo. Pluto is confused by all those eyes locked onto him, wondering if he ended up with spider webs on his face. Little witch Layla runs over to him, asking in shock how he managed to clear everything using only regular skeletons. Out of nowhere, a jealous hunter shouts from the middle of the hall, accusing the MC of lying about his achievement. He points his finger, stating a necromancer could never summon enough suicide bombers in just 20 minutes of testing. The hero stares at the stranger with an extremely bored look, trying to remember if he's ever met that noisy guy before. The crowd begins gossiping, agreeing that the cooldown time for the Necromancer class would make a solo victory like that impossible. The man steps toward Pluto, accusing him of using dirty tricks and blatantly lying about clearing the dungeon. He approaches arrogantly, unaware that he's about to reap the consequences of picking a fight with the wrong hunter. The guy demands to know what dirty secret the kid used to cheat the temple's record system. Pluto emits a terrifying dark energy from his giant scythe, asking coldly if the guy really wants to know the truth. The man is pushed back by the hero's overwhelming spiritual pressure, taking a leap backward in total horror of the power. He starts breaking into a cold sweat, trembling in fear as he spots in Pluto's eyes the cold expression of someone who has ended lives without hesitating. The envious guy tries to calm down, thinking the kid wouldn't be crazy enough to attack him in public and that he'd still have a shot at winning. He shouts to the crowd, trying to humiliate Pluto by calling him a low-tier rank C and asking how he even got in here. Other hunters back the accusation, suspecting the young man might be an undercover spy from an enemy nation. They begin speculating if the kid's goal is to sabotage the dungeons, while little witch Layla watches everything in fear. The instigator feels proud of his malicious gossip, feeling amazing for managing to turn everyone against the MC. He enjoys the moment, planning to watch the moral destruction of the Necromancer, who is now surrounded by enemies. Pluto summons his soldiers to prove his class and decides to answer the provocation by revealing how he gained access to the temple. He simply pulls the golden teleport crystal from his suit and displays it glowing intensely in front of the crowd. The crowd gasps in shock upon recognizing the legendary item reserved exclusively for high-ranking guild members. The jealous guy turns pale with fear, unable to comprehend how a rookie got a VIP pass like that, while Pluto decides to reveal his identity. He turns his back, mentioning he doesn't have time to play detective with idiots since he needs to keep leveling up. The man stammers in fear, realizing he messed with someone extremely dangerous and influential who could easily ruin him. The injured warrior from earlier watches the scene, impressed by the MC's mental fortitude in not flinching at the insults. The Necromancer steps into the portal, thinking the only reason he didn't knock that idiot out was because he promised to keep a low profile for the president. He lets out a sigh, wondering if he has some kind of natural magnet that constantly draws idiots into his path. Ignoring the hassle, the hero selects Doomsday difficulty on the panel, focused on hitting level 15 in the dungeon real soon. Outside, hunters keep watching the portal, dumbfounded by the unshakable bravery of the mysterious young necromancer. The warrior informs his party in shock that the young man just entered the spider nest again on the absolute maximum difficulty. Back inside the dark nest, Pluto faces the massive horde of baby spiders crawling across the ground once again. He analyzes the battlefield, knowing that quantity of tiny monsters is the worst nightmare for any regular fighter. The spiders begin climbing and damaging his normal bone warrior's armor in an extremely aggressive manner. But the Necromancer knows that for his explosive gunpowder soldiers, that spider horde is a total blessing. The gunpowder skeleton grins amid the flames, letting the tiny monsters cover his body before lighting the fuse. The massive explosion obliterates hundreds of spiders at once, sending a storm of experience points floating up his screen. Bathed in the light of evolution, the hero celebrates that Doomsday difficulty grants far more experience, finally reaching level 15. A golden system message pops up, confirming he unlocked a new limit removal upon hitting the required level milestone. The new ability permanently increases his maximum mana by 1 point for every mana-bearing enemy he defeats in the game. Pluto gets extremely hyped, realizing that all human hunters and magic beasts just became walking mana points to him. With a greedy look, he gazes into the depths of the nest, which still hides hundreds of spiders ready to be blown sky-high by him. With a sinister smile on his face, Pluto decides that this monster-filled dungeon is basically his personal paradise. But his peace doesn't last long, as a weird, giant spider comes screeching out of the dark, rushing frantically right toward the hero. The bug tries to land a quick strike with its sharp leg, but Pluto doesn't even flinch, showing a level of composure anyone would envy. Before the monster can cause any damage, his servant Archer appears out of thin air and blocks the attack with his sharp blade. The skeleton slices through the creature's limb without an ounce of mercy, sending that foul green blood spraying everywhere. With another precise strike, the servant finishes off the monster, and the system notifies that they just bagged 100 experience points. Right after, a golden notification on the screen confirms they eliminated a target that possessed stored mana. Pluto smiles, realizing his energy cap increased by 1 point thanks to that broken passive evolution skill. Without wasting time on silly celebrations, the young necromancer looks at Archer and decides it's time to test something much bigger. The skeleton Archer begins focusing all his magical energy, causing his bow to crackle with super dangerous blue lightning. He points his weapon toward the ceiling and fires a fully charged arrow that tears through the cavern roof at a mind-blowing speed. The attack turns into a rain of magical arrows that starts falling from the sky like a full-blown blue meteor shower. Hundreds of spiders are instantly wiped out by the attack, filling the MC's screen with constant level-up notifications. The kid casually gains 104 mana points all at once, raising his power to an absurd new tier. He does the math and realizes he'd need to gain 20 levels to get that much energy if he were playing the normal way. Even though his total mana cap went up, his current energy remains low, but Pluto knows what's left is more than enough. Thinking strategically, the kid orders Archer to save his strength, since they still need to face the main boss of the area. He points ahead, deciding his suicide bomber skeletons will handle clearing out the rest of the smaller mobs. The undead march forward carrying flaming barrels of gunpowder on their heads, sporting terrifying grins ready for action. A series of devastating blasts tears through the cave, clearing the way for Pluto and his Archer to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, on the outside, the adventurers chat among themselves, wondering if that rookie necromancer will actually manage to survive. The bandaged warrior heavily doubts it, claiming even a strong party would take at least an hour to clear a dungeon like that. What they don't know is that only 30 minutes have passed, and Pluto is already standing before the main final boss, unleashing his power. The inside of the cave is consumed by a colossal explosion of fire that shakes the ground and quickly turns everything to ash. As the dust settles, Pluto observes the destruction with total calm, stating the main job is finally done. Thanks to the absurd amount of experience dropped by the defeated boss, the MC gains 2 full levels in one go. He flashes a subtle smile, remembering that clearing the dungeon completely solo means he doesn't have to share a single thing with anyone. On top of all the experience banked, the kid gains 615 more points of maximum mana in the easiest way possible. Pluto opens his virtual inventory and notices it's completely filled with valuable items he needs to sell real soon. Suddenly, a loud alarm goes off in the outer lobby, leaving the waiting warriors completely stunned. The bandaged warrior falls into total shock as he realizes his 5-man team's record was broken by a single solo player. The temple display flashes a message confirming the Necromancer Pluto cleared the Doomsday difficulty dungeon in just 36 minutes. The portal glows intensely, and the MC steps out into the hall with that cool, pro-gamer posture of someone who isn't looking to chat. A young warrior starts shouting in excitement upon seeing that the kid pulled off the insane feat of breaking 2 records on the exact same day. He stares in absolute awe at Pluto's mysterious power, while our hero simply asks where the guide Layla went. The young guy decides right then and there that Pluto is his absolute idol, swearing to himself he'll train hard to fight alongside him one day. He celebrates full of energy to continue his own journey, while the bandaged leader of the defeated party falls into total despair. The man cries as he recalls training for a whole month and even losing an eye, only to have his record smashed in 30 minutes. Completely traumatized, the guy calls his mom to let her know he's giving up the hunter life to work at the family bait shop. The warrior walks away whimpering in the distance, tragically telling his mom that he ended up losing one of his eyes in the process. Meanwhile, Pluto finds the guide Layla and asks about the shop, but the girl blushes and refuses to take his fee money. The MC gets pretty confused by the girl's sudden reaction, asking why he doesn't need to pay for the sale. Pulling her witch hat down to hide her red face, she asks him not to ask questions, saying it's a special record bonus. In truth, she knows Pluto holds the golden crystal and realizes she needs to secure his friendship at all costs from here on out. The young woman offers to personally guide the hero to the exchange counter, and he accepts the help, thanking her politely. They finally arrive at the grand trading floor of the dungeon, where adventurers usually trade off their battle loot. The employee there greets them, asking if they're looking to buy or sell items obtained from the dungeon. Internally, the merchant looks down on Pluto, thinking a low-level necromancer couldn't have brought anything worth a dime. Pluto mentions that the trading table looks way too small for his inventory, but the man smugly tells him to drop everything right there. With a dismissive sigh, the MC agrees and activates his magic skill to unload all his gear at once. The merchant stares at the hero with pure mockery, dying to see what kind of cheap trash a low-level 17 necromancer brought in his pack. Triggering the drop command with total composure, Pluto opens his menu to release all his accumulated rewards simultaneously. A colossal, glowing mountain of epic armor, shields, and swords comes crashing down into the hall, creating a gigantic pile that almost hits the ceiling. The kid looks up, admiring the huge mess, agreeing that the market's special platform really knows how to stack things high. The counter clerk simply catches his breath in pure shock, standing there with eyes wide and mouth agape at the absurd pile of items. Stuttering in terror, he asks where all that legendary arsenal came from and how many dungeons the kid had to clear to stack up that much wealth. While Pluto thinks it's just the natural result of playing solo without sharing loot, the seller swears the kid is some rich, influential young master. The man changes his attitude instantly, fawning over Pluto with a forced smile, asking for a one-day deadline to catalog and appraise all the gear. The necromancer agrees to return the next day, and Layla takes the chance to suggest a quick visit to the gear mall right next door. The MC realizes his old items have become completely obsolete, deciding it's the ideal moment to invest in real upgrades. Showing genuine interest in the idea, Pluto agrees to the stroll, while the witch happily offers to guide the hero through the aisles. Arriving at the massive shop packed with glowing weapons, the MC thanks her for the help and starts scanning the metal racks attentively. Layla excitedly points to a purple scythe called the Scythe of Death, explaining that the rare item boosts the user's maximum summon cap by 1. She comments that this summon upgrade is a true divine relic, and that any ordinary necromancer would consider it a top-tier weapon. However, with his limit-free skills, Pluto knows he'll soon be summoning thousands of minions, so he passes on the item, leaving the girl utterly baffled. Trying to recover her wounded pride, the young receptionist points to a locked glass display where the most valuable accessories are kept. Inside the display glows a beautiful amethyst ring that promises to increase maximum magic power by a solid 50 points. Layla insists that this energy boost is vital for mages and summoners, trying to convince the MC to grab the pricey jewelry for combat. Pluto looks at the ring, thinking that piece of jewelry doesn't come anywhere close to his legendary moonlit ring, which grants double the power effort-free. He smiles and declines the ring, saying he doesn't struggle with energy issues, leaving the witch even more frustrated by the kid's sky-high standards. She grows intrigued, noticing the mysterious Necromancer doesn't seem to care at all about summon caps or mana reserves. Unable to take any more indifference, the girl loses her patience and yells, asking what on earth he's actually looking for in a luxury mall. Pluto remains completely silent, just staring at the clerk as a dark, mysterious presence begins to manifest at the back of the shop. Suddenly, a thick curtain of spectral purple smoke starts rising from a display case, emitting chilling whispers of lost souls. Dark energy tendrils slowly creep across the shop's stone floor, tugging at the necromancer's legs as if begging for something. Drawn by that irresistible mystical force, the hero takes slow steps forward, realizing he was unconsciously guided right to an armored display case. Before him lies the cloak of the underworld king, an item of unique demonic quality forbidden for sale that carries the effect of sacrificing normal minions. Layla notices the young man's mesmerized gaze and asks nervously if he's actually interested in that dark armor locked inside. She warns him the cloak is useless because it requires sacrificing 100 summons all at once, something no summoner in the entire world could pull off. The hero reflects silently, thinking that summoning and sacrificing 100 monsters at the same time might be impossible for others, but for him, it's a joke. He imagines that equipping that demonic relic will allow him to create an infinite army of elite soldiers far stronger than normal ones. Pluto flashes a confident smile upon realizing that display armor was custom-made for his broken system abilities. Even knowing the item is marked as forbidden for sale, the young man whispers with determination that he will find a way to get his hands on that relic. Layla stares at the kid's face in complete shock, noticing the terrifying ambition glowing in the eyes of that low-rank necromancer. The hero asks for the story behind the cloak, and she explains the piece dropped from a powerful demon and became a decoration because no major guild wanted to use it. Pluto places his hand against the armored glass and whispers to the dark armor that he understands its frustration at being trapped in that useless, tiny space. Staring at his reflection in the glass, the young necromancer makes a silent promise that he will free that dark power real soon. He turns to the girl and asks if there's any known method to buy the item, but she replies she has no clue. After thinking for a moment, the witch bites her finger thoughtfully and reveals there might be a single viable path, though it's extremely tough to pull off. She explains that the temple hosts an annual elite tournament, and the grand champion wins the exclusive right to pick any reward from the display case. However, the girl ponders that all past winners chose expensive weapons, and she isn't sure if the rules allow taking items straight from the display cases. Pluto smirks with confidence, stating that whatever isn't forbidden is allowed, concluding that he just needs to win the temple's grand tournament. Completely scandalized, Layla shouts, asking if he actually grasps the insane difficulty and high tier of the warriors competing in that event. She explains that the tournament is sponsored by the country's top 5 guilds and that only the absolute cream of the crop in combat is allowed to enter. The witch adds that the goal is to select prodigies, and standing out among those combat monsters is harder than reaching the heavens. Ignoring the girl's dramatic warnings, Pluto leans against the display glass and promises the cloak once more that he will rescue it as soon as he wins it all. Layla yells in frustration, asking if he's even listening, warning that Rank A hunters are just the baseline and that Rank S geniuses compete for the spot. Pluto turns calmly and replies that he heard loud and clear about the elites from the 5 big guilds, but asks what that changes about his plans. Enveloped in a chilling purple aura, the kid flashes a calm smile and declares with absolute certainty that his victory is already guaranteed. Layla slaps her forehead, unable to believe such audacity, wondering where that confidence comes from and if the guy is even sane. The kid asks when this year's grand tournament begins, and Layla plainly answers that the event is scheduled 2 weeks from now. Pluto analyzes the situation, realizing 2 weeks is more than enough time for him to train hard and push his power to the maximum tier. The hero clenches his fist with determination, causing blue sparks of magical energy to crackle wildly between his fingers. He knows full well that having a massive energy pool means nothing for his growth if he can't recharge his points. Deciding to get some rest, the young man mentions he's heading home and promises to catch up with the witch the following day to continue the chat. Pluto simply vanishes from the lobby at incredible speed, leaving behind only a glowing trace of fast teleportation. Layla stares at the empty spot in utter disbelief, unable to grasp how someone with only 2 weeks to train prefers to go home and sleep. The scene shifts to the quiet, dark night of the big city, focusing directly on the modest apartment where the young MC lives. After a relaxing shower, Pluto dries his hair with a towel and celebrates that he'll finally have a peaceful moment to recharge his energy. However, before tossing himself onto the bed, he decides he needs to check a very important detail regarding his abilities. The young man summons his elite servant and asks him directly how many secret combat techniques his class has at its disposal. Archer replies promptly that there are 4 skills in total and opens the system's floating panel under his master's direct command. The panel displays incredible details about the archer's magic, revealing weakness-tracking tricks and high-impact, destructive arrows. The final technique is the star-piercing arrow, a devastating attack that drains a massive amount of energy and completely ignores enemy defenses. Pluto is impressed by the absurd power of that secret skill and asks why he's never seen his loyal companion use the move. Archer explains in detail that the special arrow requires 3 long minutes of channeling, making the shot nearly impossible in active combat. He adds that if he cuts down on energy to fire faster, the projectile size shrinks and doesn't deal the necessary damage. The Necromancer agrees that the charge time is a deadly flaw on the battlefield, but files the info away, knowing he has energy to burn. Deciding to put plans aside for the night, the MC sits on his single bunk bed, determined to enjoy his sleep. He commands the skeleton to guard the room overnight, and the servant honors the request with total loyalty and respect for his commander. As he rests his head on the pillow, Pluto relaxes his tired body, realizing just how incredibly soft that simple mattress feels. The kid realizes that in his entire past life of suffering and violent battles, he never had the chance to feel such comfort. Suddenly, dark memories from the past begin invading the hero's mind in the form of a troubling nightmare filled with warning shouts from war. In the military dream, a dark silhouette yells harshly, telling the rookie recruit to wake up immediately and take his post. The commander reprimands the young soldier for falling asleep during watch duty, warning him about the terrible danger of an enemy attack. A young Pluto holds his weapon in fear out in the rain, stammering a defensive answer to his angry superior. The sergeant yells that the guard on watch carries the responsibility for the safety and survival of the entire platoon on his shoulders. Seeing this, veteran Caleb steps into the argument, asking the boss to go easy on the kid since his exhaustion is visible from miles away. Caleb jokes about the situation, asking if the commander is really going to pin the whole enemy invasion on the rookie pioneer's shoulders. The sergeant shoots back, saying they are in enemy territory being hunted like dogs, and that any lapse on watch will get everyone killed. Caleb calmly replies that he knows the risks, stating he'll take over the guard shift so the kid who hasn't slept in 2 days can rest. The teammate gives Pluto a friendly smile, teasing that managing to sleep on that cold concrete is a true talent. The young recruit laughs sheepishly, explaining he's already used to the hard ground, and Caleb lightheartedly asks if he takes pride in that. With a dreamlike gaze, Caleb confesses his biggest wish for the end of that terrible war is to be able to sleep on a real, soft bed. Suddenly, a sharp whistle slices through the dark sky, revealing a massive military missile falling at high speed toward the camp. The MC snaps his eyes open in total panic upon realizing the bomb's flash, noticing there isn't enough time for them to escape. A massive fire explosion consumes the war zone in seconds, reducing everything to burning embers with a deafening, thunderous roar. Violent flames engulf the soldiers' bodies, while the terrible memory of that past tragedy fades from the hero's mind. The MC opens his eyes, startled and with his heart racing, waking up from that nightmare that still haunts his nights of sleep. Archer stares at his master up close and respectfully mentions that he has finally woken up from that restless sleep on the room's bunk bed. Pluto wipes his sweaty face, realizing it was all just a bad dream, and notices the day has already broken, meaning it's time to head to the temple. Dressed in his sharp black hunter suit, the MC adjusts his tie in front of the mirror, gearing up for the upcoming challenges. He opens the system screen and notices with great satisfaction that his limit-free magic energy bar is completely recharged to the max. Feeling in his prime physical and mental combat state, the Necromancer declares to himself that now is the perfect time to go all out. Upon returning to the temple lobby, Pluto is greeted by massive beams of golden light, signaling the arrival of high-ranking hunters in the area. He overhears rumors floating through the crowd about a rank C necromancer who broke 2 dungeon records in a single day using a golden crystal. Ignoring the chatter from the startled people around him, Pluto walks focused on finding Layla to get his registration details. The witch spots the MC from afar and waves excitedly to call him over, standing next to a knight in shining armor who is accompanying her. She suggests they swing by the trading counter first to collect the gold coins from selling the gear, and the kid agrees. As they walk, the receptionist comments that the kid pushed pretty hard to meet up today, asking if he has another goal in mind. Pluto asks directly if there's any dungeon in the region with an even larger number of monsters than the spider nest. Layla explains, startled, that having more monsters doesn't mean earning more experience, asking why the kid wants to torture himself so much. Seeing the MC remain completely silent, the witch gives in and reveals that massive-scale dungeons packed with enemies do exist. She warns that the map for those places is gigantic and holds tens of thousands of creatures, requiring hours of combat and posing extreme risks. Layla further warns that the temple has a strict rule prohibiting hunters from entering those challenges in parties of fewer than 3 people. The MC realizes he needs to find a team for the challenge, and the witch explains it's nearly impossible to score last-minute partners. Pluto smirks and mentions he now only needs to find one more person, leaving the receptionist shocked as she realizes she's already been dragged into the party. Terrified by the idea, she screams frantically, telling the kid to forget it because she has no intention of stepping into any death trap. He offers gold coins as payment, but she insists no fool would join 2 strangers, right until a hand raises in the air beside them. Pluto and the girl turn around quickly out of curiosity, trying to see who the brave soul interrupting their argument might be. The young warrior, who watched everything from afar, raises his arm with enthusiasm, asking if he can fill the final party slot for the large dungeon. Layla slaps her hand onto her forehead in pure despair, realizing the fool she just mentioned actually appeared out of nowhere right in front of her. The rookie runs over excitedly, saying he overheard the chat about needing a member and swears he's ready to fill out the team. Suspicious, the witch questions the young man's true intentions, stating that unless he's a total idiot, he must have some hidden motive for this. The warrior gives an embarrassed smile and scratches his nose, timidly admitting he actually has another personal reason for wanting to join them. Layla points her finger triumphantly at the guy's face and yells that she knew it was a setup, believing she exposed the new recruit's bad intentions. She runs to hide behind the MC, trembling in fear at the thought that the weird warrior is into her and might be a creep. Pluto ignores the drama and welcomes the new ally, making the witch scream in anger over him accepting a suspicious stranger so easily. The hero explains he has his own goals in the dungeon, and Layla complains, saying it's easy for him to talk since he's insanely strong. She reminds him she isn't a combat class, but Pluto tells her not to worry, as he won't let any enemy or traitor cause trouble. With a protective and intensely serious glare, the MC assures the young witch that he won't let anyone hurt her. Layla widens her eyes, completely frozen by that genuine, charming promise from the mysterious young necromancer. Super embarrassed, she pulls her pointed hat down to cover her blushing face and tells him to stop saying smooth things out of nowhere. The rookie warrior steps up naively and pokes her cheek, asking what kind of natural red makeup she's wearing. The witch explodes in anger with glowing red eyes, screaming at the perverted guy to stay far away from her if he values his life. The rookie complains about the unprovoked slap while Pluto walks firmly toward the gold counter, inviting the two bickering allies to follow along if they want a laugh. Desperate, Layla runs after the MC, begging him not to leave her alone in the company of that weird, nosy hunter. The three walk together through the quiet halls of the temple, putting silly arguments aside to focus on the final preparations for the trip. The counter employee runs over happily to greet Pluto, asking with immense enthusiasm if the hunter came to check the profits from the massive sale. The seller confirms everything has been properly cataloged and invites the young man to head straight to the fancy VIP room to collect his payment. The rookie is impressed by the arrogant clerk's exaggerated respect, asking Layla just how much gear Pluto actually dropped off there. She looks bored and points up, explaining that the stack of items sold by the MC piled up from the counter all the way to the ceiling. The warrior's eyes shine with excitement as he imagines the wild number of dungeons the hero cleared solo, swearing he always believed in him. Pluto returns with his cash, while the staff member says goodbye with friendly bows, leaving the new party member super hyped up. The hero confirms all financial matters are settled, letting the trio know they're ready to head out to their next destination. With a focused and intense look, the necromancer declares that the main goal of the three-person party is to clear the massive-scale dungeon. The merchant watches the trio walk away and starts breaking into a cold sweat, thinking he misheard as he saw only 3 people attempting the giant challenge. Standing before the portal of the level 17 Black Frost Fortress dungeon, the crowd recognizes record holder Pluto and begins gossiping in surprise. Local hunters think the kid went crazy trying to clear a place that size with such a small party of only 3 warriors. Pluto reads the info panel, which indicates over 2,000 wild creatures inside the dungeon, commenting that the number looks solid. He checks the official records and is surprised to see that even the Elite Dragon Guild party took over 10 hours on the maximum difficulty. The party member asks which challenge tier they should pick for the run, and Layla hastily suggests picking the safer bronze level. Pluto shoots down the idea, stating bronze tier experience is way too low, deciding to pick the maximum difficulty to smash the historical record. Layla panics, begging him not to pull a stunt like that, reminding him that the current record holders are the top powerhouses from the major guilds. Suddenly, a loud, mocking voice comes from behind the girl, asking who the unlucky fool trying to compete with his squad might be. The witch freezes in terror as she recognizes that overwhelming presence belonging to the legendary White Tiger Guild squad. The elite team, led by Captain Jordan Chase, arrives fully geared up, determined to permanently shatter the Blue Dragon's historical record once and for all. Jordan Chase looks down arrogantly at the adventurers, demanding to know who the idiot talking about stealing their top spot on the board is. Layla stammers out a denial in sheer terror, while the MC steps up calmly and touches the girl's shoulder to reassure her. Pluto faces the rival captain head-on with total composure, while Jordan guarantees his team will crush any competition and claim the top of the leaderboards. Captain Jordan Chase recognizes Pluto as the Necromancer who broke 2 temple records, wondering if the kid belongs to some elite party. Pluto calmly replies that his team was just put together, has no name, and consists of only 3 people, leaving Layla panicking in the background. Members of the White Tiger squad stare at the 3 adventurers in total disbelief upon hearing such a bold response. After a few seconds of absolute silence in the lobby, the imposing Captain Jordan can't hold it in and bursts into a loud laugh. The warrior mocks the 3-man party attempting a challenge of that scale, asking how those fools even got in here. Other hunters laugh out loud, saying they must have used major connections, while Karen angrily asks what's so funny about the joke. Pluto completely ignores the rivals' laughter, telling his party members not to waste time there as he turns his back to start walking. Jordan stares at the MC's back, surprised by such total indifference, deciding their little joke crossed the guild's acceptable line. In a stern, authoritative tone, the White Tiger captain yells, commanding the trio to freeze right where they are before taking another step. The three adventurers stop walking instantly and turn around slowly, staring at the muscular leader with curiosity. Jordan lets them know he doesn't care if Pluto and the witch want to throw their lives away in the dungeon, but firmly asserts that young Karen will not. The captain extends his armored arm and points straight at the rookie, declaring he is strictly forbidden from proceeding with the party. He reminds him that he had already invited the young man to his own elite squad, and that Karen turned it down under the excuse of training at the Spiders. The rookie freezes in fear, realizing the major guild leader actually remembered that lame excuse he used back then. Jordan Chase states that Karen is an extremely talented rank S hunter and that following two weaklings would be a complete waste of his potential. The captain pressures the kid, saying the choice between the best squad or a suicide party is obvious, while surrounding hunters gossip about the danger. Karen stares at the floor nervously, realizing that turning down the captain's invite means being targeted by the entire guild. But deep down, he really wants to fight alongside Pluto. Unsure how to handle such heavy pressure from the enemy guild, the young rank S looks at the MC from the side and asks what he should do. Layla desperately whispers to the MC that if the guy backs out now, they won't be able to enter the dungeon, telling him to stop him from leaving. Pluto looks at his teammate calmly, stating he won't pressure him or let anyone else do so, advising the young man to simply follow his heart. The Necromancer's genuine words echo deeply in Karen's mind, giving the kid the courage he needs to make his own decision for battle. He takes a deep breath with resolve while his eyes begin to glow intensely with the mystical energy of his rank S magic class. With all the strength in his lungs, the kid shouts for the entire lobby to hear that he has decided to challenge the massive-scale dungeon alongside Pluto. Captain Jordan Chase's face instantly darkens upon hearing the public rejection, leaving his expression completely cold and grim. He glares at the adventurers with pure malice, muttering through clenched teeth that the nerve to reject his invite will come with a steep price. The armored warrior turns around, intensely irritated by the public humiliation he just suffered in front of every hunter in the lobby. Jordan blames the Necromancer for giving those rookies false confidence, swearing that even if they survive, he'll make their lives a living nightmare. He remarks threateningly that no party of just 3 people has ever made it out alive from a massive-scale dungeon in all of history. The villain watches from afar as the trio takes their first steps toward the dark portal, telling them to make the most of their final minutes of life. Pluto listens to the taunt with total dismissiveness, calmly telling his party that they are about to make history. The trio finally steps through the red energy portal barrier under the tense gazes of every warrior watching the scene in the hall. Jordan Chase tells his squad to forget about those suicidal idiots and focus on securing the top spot on the Black Frost Fortress leaderboard. Raising his colossal battle axe, he orders all squad warriors to gear up to storm the dungeon with full force. Once inside the map, Karen looks at the stone walls in confusion, noticing the massive dungeon looks like nothing more than an old damp cave. Pluto tells his partners to stay sharp, warning with his usual composure that the group must keep pushing forward through the cavern paths. As he walks, the young recruit proudly confirms to the hero that he really is the only rank S hunter in his class at the Hero Academy. The hero asks what specific type of combat class he possesses, and Karen replies with a mysterious smile, saying he prefers to show it in action. Layla panics, asking him to be careful not to bring the cave ceiling down on their heads, while Karen gathers magic in his hand. Sparks of mystical green energy crackle violently around the guy's wrist, emitting a sharp sound of spatial distortion in the cave air. He reveals his special class is Space Ripper, and that his main power consists of slicing through the fabric of reality to open rifts. Karen makes a swift motion with his hand and opens a floating green portal in the air, showcasing his special skill to his teammates. Pluto observes the floating rift with curiosity, asking what that mysterious portal can actually do besides glow in the dark. The young man replies that a single portal doesn't do much, but explains that the real trick happens when he opens a second rift somewhere else. The guy casually sticks his entire arm into the floating green rift he just created right in front of the young necromancer's face. His arm pops out from another portal right above Layla's head and swipes her hat off, proving that objects and living beings can pass through the rifts. He returns the hat to the startled girl, explaining that after opening the first portal manually, he can project the exit anywhere he wants. Pluto recognizes the tactical edge of the skill, noting that Karen can open exits outside the dungeon to guarantee a safe escape in case of danger. The rookie smiles, mentioning that this escape trick is his biggest trump card for survival, though it drains a lot of mental energy depending on the target's distance. Layla catches on to the kid's plan, commenting in relief that she now understands why he agreed to join the party, knowing he could bail if things got tough. But Karen looks at Pluto with deep respect, genuinely assuring him that even without that escape skill, he still would have chosen to fight alongside the hero. Karen praises his own rank S tactical teleportation rifts, asking if Pluto's true rank might not also belong to a supreme class. The MC replies that his class is just that of a basic necromancer, leaving his new party member completely baffled. Pluto gives an enigmatic smile, commenting that due to a few mysterious reasons, his summoning capacity is just a tiny bit larger. Karen stares at the hero like a fool, unable to grasp how a tiny bit more monsters could be enough to make the kid this strong in the game. The rookie turns to the girl beside him, asking what her class might be, pointing to her pointed hat and guessing she must be a mage. Layla replies dismissively with a pout that she's just a regular rank A hunter and doesn't have a single special thing on her sheet. Karen lets out a sigh of disappointment, saying that's pretty lame, making the witch boil with rage over the guy's complete lack of manners. Pluto interrupts the two by pointing toward a light at the end of the dark corridor, letting them know the trio is finally about to exit the cave. Stepping through the narrow stone exit, Layla and Karen widen their eyes in absolute shock at the grand frozen landscape opening up before them. The view reveals the imposing Black Frost Fortress, a colossal dungeon set in the snow that unnerves the adventurers by its massive scale. The girl trembles in fear, commenting that the place looks the size of an entire city, while the rookie says he's full of energy to fight. Pluto flashes a mysterious smile, preparing to show his new partners the true meaning behind his tiny class advantage. The MC unsheathes his colossal scythe with a quick motion, unleashing a massive cloud of dark smoke from his hands. The eerie purple mist sweeps across the entire frozen landscape of the dungeon in seconds, forcing his partners to cover their faces against the pressure. He mockingly repeats that the number of undead he can summon is just a tiny bit higher than that of regular necromancers. Hundreds of skeletons wearing armor and shields begin rising from the snowy ground all at once, letting out chilling screeches that echo through the valley. Layla screams in utter shock and panic as she sees that endless army blanket the snow, asking if he actually calls that a tiny bit. Ignoring the girl's scene, the hero raises his weapon, ordering his bone warriors to sweep every corner of the fortress without leaving a single thing behind. Karen stares at the unbelievable horde of minions, completely frozen in shock, stammering that there must be at least several hundred soldiers there. Pluto calmly explains he only summoned 500 undead to handle the basic scouting, spending a bit of his mana on the system panel. The massive skeletal legion marches in sync toward the main gates of the frozen castle, making the ground tremble beneath their footsteps. Bone warriors draw their swords with razor precision upon spotting the first opponents guarding the entrance of the fortress. The hero glares at the ice sentinels with a sharp look, letting his teammates know that combat in the large-scale dungeon has officially begun. He checks the enemy soldier's level 10 status, calculating that his level 17 troop should easily take down the target in a single precise blow. A skeleton strikes, driving a shield slam with immense force toward the ice sentinel, who attempts to block the hit amid the snow. The blade clashes against the guard's thick armor, sending bright sparks flying, but failing to cut through the ice warrior's frame in one go. Pluto notices that even with a 7-level advantage, his minions failed to drop the monster in a single hit, realizing the enemy armor is extremely tough. The young man immediately commands his soldiers to target only the body parts not covered by the sentinel's heavy dark armor. Executing their master's tactical order, the skeletons dodge the heavy swings and strike the weak spots in the gaps of the ice armor. A sword pierces through the monster's vulnerable area, causing it to rapidly crumble onto the castle's stone floor. The Ice Sentinel is completely defeated, and the system notifies that the adventurers just scored their first experience points here. Karen celebrates happily upon receiving 15 experience points from a single fallen enemy, thinking the dungeon's payout rate is incredible. Pluto realizes the point split gives him a hidden advantage as the primary summoner, reviewing the numbers on the screen with satisfaction. The rookie does the math excitedly, remembering the dungeon holds thousands of creatures, while the MC walks along, considering that amount small. Karen complains, saying Pluto doesn't get the pain of playing in a party, recalling that in the Spider Dungeon, experience was split 5 ways. The hero understands his friend's frustration, admitting he always hunted solo to ensure all system rewards stayed strictly with him. The rookie asks why Pluto chose such a time-consuming large-scale challenge if his only goal was to level up through dungeons. Pluto gives an enigmatic smile and reveals from the side that gaining experience is just a minor detail, as he has a far more important plan to execute. Half an hour passes in non-stop combat inside the castle, and the bone soldiers keep slicing through the ice sentinels without showing a trace of fatigue. Another guard is taken down by the relentless Legion, and Pluto's floating virtual panel keeps receiving constant notifications of defeated monsters. Dozens of golden alerts flash on the hero's screen simultaneously, showing his army is sweeping through the castle at insane speeds. Karen shouts in shock, realizing they defeated 300 enemies in 30 minutes, while Layla admits leveling up has never seemed so effortless. Pluto banks thousands of points, receiving a notification that his maximum mangacap permanently increased to over 1,000 points. The hero mentions he needs to move faster into the deeper chambers of the castle, telling his 2 partners they can wait there if they're scared. The rank S warrior refuses to be left behind, quickly running to keep up with the young necromancer's firm steps toward the danger. Karen grabs Pluto's arm, begging to tag along, saying he really wants to watch the skeletal army fight up close with his own eyes. The MC warns that the danger ramps up in the depths of the dungeon and that he won't be able to protect him, but Karen promises he can hold his own just fine. Layla complains frantically to the duo, asking what will happen to her if both of them decide to head into the deeper rooms of the frozen dungeon. Pluto dismissively states the choice is hers and keeps walking, while Karen runs ahead, yelling that he's following his big idol. The young witch stands frozen in fear in the middle of the empty corridor, terrified of being left alone in the massive dungeon. An ice monster emerges out of nowhere, charging toward Layla, who starts screaming frantically, begging her 2 teammates for help. The girl trembles in terror with wide eyes, realizing that staying behind alone in the dark dungeon lobby is the worst idea ever. She runs as fast as she can to catch up with the guys, yelling at them to wait before they vanish down the dark corridors. Completely embarrassed, the witch timidly confesses she decided to tag along anyway to avoid taking unnecessary risks. Karen lets out a sarcastic smile, asking if she wasn't just scared, and the girl stammers, blushing in shame as she tries to deny the obvious. Setting squabbles aside, the trio reunites and moves forward as one toward the dark interior of the ice fortress. Pluto lays down the rule, stating everyone must stick close to his orders, and Karen enthusiastically accepts the command, calling him boss. While the skeletons aggressively clear the path ahead, the trio walks calmly down the middle of the snow-covered battlefield. Layla asks worriedly if they won't end up getting lost in the maze, but Pluto assures them he can see through the eyes of his minions. An hour later, the witch is still trembling in fear of ambushes, while the rank S rookie thinks the dungeon's resemblance to a real war zone is awesome. Pluto replies seriously that anyone who has lived through a real war would never call a violent scene like this cool or fun. Meanwhile, the advanced undead squad marches up the main staircase and encounters 2 colossal ice giants standing guard at the top. The smaller skeletons keep pushing up without hesitating, slowly closing in on the giant monster's scary, armored legs. The ice sentinels wield heavy weapons, prepping to crush the swarm of small undead with a single destructive swing. The red eyes of one of the monsters glow intensely in the dark, releasing an aura of deadly ice that freezes the air around the peak. Sensing the scale of the threat, the MC makes a simple gesture with his hand and activates his secret skill to convert explosive skeletons. The empty eye sockets of the bone soldiers begin bursting with intense fire, marking the start of their mutation into suicide bombers. The first skeleton finishes its magical evolution, hoisting a flaming barrel of gunpowder over its head with a creepy smile on its face. A massive wave of soldiers carrying explosive barrels surges across the snowy hall, leaving Pluto's two partners completely speechless. Karen stands open-mouthed at the weird transformation, admitting he now understands how the hero cleared the previous dungeon. Layla agrees in fear, commenting that an absurd amount of suicide bombers like that would be enough to clear any level 20 dungeon. The MC stares at the ice creatures from afar, deciding to run an initial test to see if the gunpowder damage impacts the giant's armor. He orders the first line of battle to enter the teleport rifts, and the skeletons rush toward Karen's glowing green portal. The suicide bombers drop directly from the floating portal right above the ice monster's head, lighting their barrel fuses with precision. A deafening explosion hits the ice giant square in the face, creating a violent heat wave that melts part of the guard's structure. Karen celebrates the attack's power, covering his eyes against the flash of the flames, while Layla watches everything holding tightly to her hat. Black smoke clears to reveal the colossal giant still standing, wielding its ice axe ready to strike back. The monster roars furiously upon getting hit by the blast, making the dungeon's stone ceiling tremble with the force of its freezing voice. The rookie panics, thinking the attack was useless, but Pluto calms his partner down, pointing out the armor suffered visible damage. He points to the top of the giant's helmet, showing the ice started melting considerably after taking the impact of the gunpowder. The hero notes that damage was done by just 5 bone soldiers, letting them know with a cold look that the warm-up test is over. He reveals he still has over 100 suicide bombers awaiting his command in the shadows, leaving the ice giants at a massive disadvantage. The colossal guards sense the enemy horde approaching and try to strike before getting surrounded by the hero's explosive legion. One of the giants raises its heavy weapon and swings violently toward the floating portal opened by the young Rank S hunter. Layla goes into full panic mode, screaming a warning that the monster's destructive strike will cut through the rift and hit their party by surprise. Karen focuses all his energy into his hands firmly, ignoring the girl's panic while Pluto watches everything with total calm. The colossal strike slams into the green rift, but is blocked magically, exploding in midair without dealing any damage to the adventurer party. Pluto praises his partner upon noticing he can control what passes through the rift, confirming his class belongs to a supreme tier. Karen asserts firmly that he will keep the portals open as long as necessary for the MC to blow both giants to pieces. The young Necromancer accepts the help with his usual hunter composure, gearing up to give the final order to his undead army. Pluto extends his colossal scythe, commanding his legion of suicide bombers to cross through the portal and melt the ice sentinels for good. Hundreds of skeletons sprint toward the green rift, carrying lit gunpowder barrels, creating a frantic sequence of entries. The explosive horde rains down directly from the open portal onto the ice giant's body, blanketing the opponent in dozens of gunpowder charges. A colossal detonation consumes the entire combat zone in seconds, generating an inferno of golden flames that melts the castle's structure. More soldiers keep advancing and detonating their barrels non-stop, maintaining a devastating chain of blasts against the sentinels. The massive wave of fire consumes both monsters completely, lighting up the dark dungeon walls with the fierce flash of burning gunpowder. The trio feels the overwhelming heat of the blasts blowing against their faces, while the strong wind scatters ice debris and ash across the hall. The last skeletons complete the suicide run, leaping through the tactical rifts opened by the young Rank S hunter to lock in the victory. Pluto observes the trail of destruction with total calm, declaring with his usual composure that combat in this area is done. Both colossal ice giants crumble, melted onto the castle's stone floor, turning to ash under the gazes of the hero trio. Karen collapses exhausted onto the stone floor after closing the green portal, mentioning that keeping that rift open takes a massive physical and mental toll. The temple system sends a notification that the pair of ice giants has been eliminated, awarding 40,000 experience points to Pluto. Right after, the reward distribution screen hands 12,000 experience points to Karen and 5,000 points to the young witch Layla. The young Rank S hunter climbs to level 14, celebrating that he banked a ton of experience just providing support and keeping his portal open. Layla levels up too, standing in shock as she realizes she gained 5,000 experience points just watching the fight without lifting a finger. The girl reflects thoughtfully that a party of 15 hunters would take hours to clear the entrance, concluding that the trio's success is all thanks to Pluto. Bathed in the golden light of the temple system, the young Necromancer also levels up after receiving 23,000 experience points from the giants. He analyzes his virtual sheet dismissively, noting that leveling up in a party is noticeably slower than when he hunts solo. Karen points ahead excitedly, asking if now that the entrance guards are down, they should head straight to the main boss room. Pluto explains that clearing the boss will end the dungeon and kick the party out, but the rookie reminds him their main plan was to break the record. The hero reveals from behind that breaking the dungeon's time record was just a minor goal, and that he has far bigger plans to carry out. Layla and Karen yell in surprise, asking what could possibly be more important than beating the major guild's record in the Black Frost Fortress. The young Necromancer begins walking up the castle's dark staircases with steady steps, keeping his eyes locked on the deep shadows of the hallway. He coldly declares that his true objective inside is to wipe out every single creature inhabiting the fortress. The ambitious reveal leaves the witch covering her mouth in total shock, while the young Rank S stares at the hero's back, unable to speak. Karen asks nervously if Pluto really plans to do a complete sweep of the massive dungeon without leaving a single monster behind on the map. Pluto confirms the plan, letting them know the trio should only enter the royal palace after his skeleton army finishes clearing the courtyard hordes. He calmly sits down on one of the stone steps, suggesting his partners use the free time to rest and recharge their energy. Layla whispers to her friend, commenting that all parties skip the trash mobs to reach the boss fast, asking why Pluto takes the opposite approach. The rookie speculates the hero might be trying to complete some secret dungeon quest, but the girl heavily doubts it given the insane difficulty. She grumbles worriedly, saying clearing the whole castle will make them waste a ton of precious time inside the fortress challenge. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the White Tiger hunters push forward, taking down ice sentinels with fast sword slashes. Captain Jordan Chase leads the assault impressively, landing precise strikes to cut a path through the ice courtyard guards. He slices through another creature effortlessly, and the enemy's dark blood sprays onto the snow, proving the efficiency of his highly trained squad. Jordan Chase receives experience points from the defeated monster, turning around to ask his subordinates how combat is progressing on their end. One warrior replies he cleared his area, and another asks for help taking down the last sentinels, promising to wrap up the fight in a few minutes. The leader boasts that the group will clear the palace entrance in record time, thanks to their detailed knowledge of the monster's weaknesses. He mocks Pluto's three-man team, asserting they could never catch up to White Tiger's pace, even if they tried until their dying breath. The villain laughs, swearing the trio must be crying in fear at the temple entrance, and that they'll run away the second they spot the colossal ice warriors. However, inside the castle, Pluto's virtual screen keeps receiving non-stop notifications of ice sentinels getting wiped out by the horde. Karen gets super hyped upon noticing they defeated over 500 soldiers in 30 minutes, celebrating that they're gaining a ton of easy experience. Layla teases that Pluto would have a massive fan club if other hunters knew about this, but notes that the rate of point gain has started to slow down. The hero remains seated on the step, receiving passive mana bonuses from the system, knowing he needs to clear the castle to max out his power. In distant rooms of the ice fortress, bone soldiers advance relentlessly against surviving guards, landing heavy strikes with their weapons. A skeleton cuts another ice guard in half, and the temple system automatically awards experience points to the young Necromancer. Pluto receives a golden message that his mana points have risen again, calmly standing up from the step to announce the courtyard is cleared. The skeletons return victorious, covering the dark castle hall after eliminating every single creature guarding the ice palace. The MC mentally celebrates that his maximum mangacap increased by over 2,000 points thanks to his evolution passive skill. The system panel confirms Pluto reached the incredible milestone of 3,000 total mana points, pushing his status to a terrifying tier. He flashes a subtle, satisfied smile as he stares at the new numbers on the floating screen, knowing he now has magic energy to burn for combat. The young hunter remarks from the side that the massive-scale dungeon proved to be an excellent investment for energy gain and for his overall plans. Karen shouts in total joy upon seeing he leveled up again in the dungeon, and the witch celebrates, saying she's also super close to evolving her sheet. The hero cuts the celebrations short, warning seriously that the path ahead is wide open and that now all that remains is to face the main final boss. The rookie feels bad for the monsters that will have to face the hero's horde of suicide bombers, commenting that other guilds would take hours in this fight. The trio finally arrives before the main gates of the castle, which are protected by a colossal dark metal structure covered in ice. Layla timidly admits she's feeling a bit nervous, and Karen agrees with the girl as he stares at the imposing entrance of the boss room. Pluto ignores both teammates' nervousness, coldly ordering his bone soldiers to push open the palace's iron gates. A line of skeletons moves in sync and grabs the heavy handles of the iron structure, applying force to open the path. The colossal gates slowly begin to give way with a loud metallic creak of rust echoing up the empty staircases of the massive dungeon. The doors swing wide open, revealing the deep darkness of the throne room, where the nightmare of the fortress awaits the heroes. The trio steps into the throne room, and an overwhelming pressure of energy begins filling the entire space, making the atmosphere extremely heavy. Giant tendrils of dark red smoke start rising from the deep shadows of the hall, signaling the arrival of the grand creature. Sentinel skeletons assume defensive stances around Pluto, while Layla tries to hold her ground against that mystical force. The witch trembles in fear, commenting nervously that the throne room is crazy dark and far too quiet for her liking. A dark, magical aura begins pulsing violently through the dungeon's stone walls, making the palace ceiling vibrate with energy. Layla whispers in panic, asking where the final boss of the dungeon is, while the young MC simply observes the scene with composure. Pluto stares into the shadows, his eyes glowing purple, detecting the presence of the terrifying opponent hiding within the mist. Suddenly, two giant red eyes glow in the deep darkness of the throne, and a piercing voice asks why the intruders do not bow. The colossal monster reveals itself as the level 17 sovereign of Dark Frost, a dark-armored king surrounded by a terrifying aura of hatred. Karen stands impressed by the boss's size, commenting in fear about the crushing energy pressure wafting off its imposing armor. The sovereign violently warns that he will sever the head of every single adventurer to hang on the palace walls as war trophies. He raises his colossal darkness-infused sword, guaranteeing he will do so to avenge the deaths of all his soldiers who were slaughtered. Pluto mocks the Ice King, calling him a coward for hiding on his throne while his army was wiped out on the outside. With a sarcastic smirk on his face, the young MC asks what kind of weak sovereign he must be to lack the guts to defend his people. The monster roars furiously at the kid's nerve, swinging his dark ice sword at near imperceptible speed. A beam of blue light slashes through the room's air, striking the MC directly in the neck, who doesn't seem to have had time to react. Meanwhile, at the castle entrance, White Tiger Guild hunters rest exhausted, tending to their war-injured party members. Captain Jordan Chase orders them to hurry with healing the wounded, warning harshly that the two gate giants will slaughter the team if they slack off. One member complains, saying that just thinking about the giant ice monsters makes him nauseous, as their armor is ridiculously tough. The captain trusts the power of his 5 fire mages, proudly calculating they should manage to defeat the guards within 2 hours of fighting. The scene ironically reveals that Pluto took just 9 minutes and 58 seconds to completely melt both giants. Unaware of this, Jordan continues his speech, asserting that the truly terrifying part of that dungeon isn't the ice sentinels. The muscular leader reveals the real danger of the challenge is the terrifying sovereign of dark frost waiting patiently on the deep throne of the castle. He recalls needing absurd defense stats and 11 hours of intense combat to defeat the colossal king on his first attempt. Jordan Chase boasts that this strategic planning is the difference between an elite guild and an aimless party of 3. He asserts the boss kills any unarmored rookie in the blink of an eye, right as Pluto activates his ether form to go completely intangible. Thinking the kid was decapitated, Karen and Layla scream out their teammate's name in utter despair amid the panic of combat. The MC casually places his hand on his neck, calmly letting them know he's completely fine and didn't take a single point of damage. The Rank S rookie stares at the hero in complete shock, asking how he can be alive if the king's blade passed right through his neck in front of them. Pluto brushes it off, saying they must be seeing things, deciding to keep his intangibility secret, tucked away for safety as a personal trump card. He calculates that bringing his 500 gunpowder soldiers into that small room would trigger a blast that would harm his own partners. The Ice King roars in disbelief, unable to grasp how a mere intruder managed to survive a direct blow from his dark sword without a scratch. Karen stares at the opponent's colossal size and trembles in fear, asking if the 3-person party actually has a shot against a monster like that. Pluto commands his partner to open an escape rift immediately to transport the party out of that cramped throne room. The young Rank S obeys the request, using his space magic to slice through reality, opening a glowing green portal for a fast escape to the courtyard. The Sovereign of Dark Frost lands another devastating swing with his dark sword, trying to crush the party of adventurers before they can escape. Pluto stares at the approaching blade, his eyes glowing purple, keeping his focus locked to act at the exact millisecond of impact. The MC nimbly scoops up Little Witch Layla and orders Karen to leap into the green portal instantly to dodge the blow. The trio leaps through the space rift a split second before impact, narrowly dodging the Dark Frost King's wrath. The Sovereign's heavy sword cuts through empty air, completely missing the target due to the MC's incredible reaction speed. The strike slams into the stone stairs, generating bright sparks of dark magic that shatter the structure of the empty hall with a violent crash. The monster screams in rage upon seeing the adventurers escaped his killing blow, calling the party cowardly rats in the darkness of the throne. He threatens that he will hunt the intruders down across every corner of the Black Frost Fortress until he takes out every single one of them. The colossal king wields his dark weapon with both hands, releasing a freezing storm of energy that coats the throne room walls in ice. Outside the fortress, Karen's green portal begins manifesting with bright sparks of spatial magic in the middle of the cold wind. The Rank S guy steps through the rift first, falling onto the snow and letting out a sigh of relief for managing to escape that scary throne room. He turns anxiously toward the green portal and desperately screams Pluto's name, fearing the hero might have gotten stuck inside with the monster. But the young MC calmly walks out of the portal, heroically carrying the witch in his arms with total composure. Karen sighs in relief, mentioning he was terrified they wouldn't have time to escape, and Pluto explains that Layla froze in terror back there. The hero looks down at the girl in his arms and asks if she can stand on her own 2 feet now, leaving the young witch completely red with embarrassment. Layla turns bright red and annoyed, stating she can walk fine, complaining that she never asked to be carried in his arms in the first place. Karen loses no time and starts teasing his friend, asking if the MC's chest felt firm while she was pressed against him. But the teasing doesn't last long, as a deafening rumble makes the ground shake, completely killing the party's lighthearted mood. The Sovereign of Dark Frost emerges from the shadows, his red eyes burning with rage, showing that the pursuit has officially begun. The giant monster leaps out of the castle, kicking up a cloud of dust as he goes after the trio that tried to escape his throne. The colossal creature stares down the youngsters with pure wrath, warning in a scary voice that not a single one of them will make it out alive. Instead of shaking in fear, Pluto maintains his sarcastic posture and calmly replies that the one who should be trying to escape is the boss himself. The MC reveals that the Ice King walked straight into a trap, being completely surrounded by 100 explosive gunpowder skeletons. With a subtle smirk on his face, the young necromancer says goodbye to the Sovereign of Dark Frost, as if the fight were already decided. With that, a colossal explosion of fire consumes the boss entirely, while Pluto simply watches the chaos with his back turned, pure hero style. Layla stands jaw-dropped, frantically asking when on earth he had time to hide so many bone soldiers in that frozen courtyard. She starts crunching the numbers in her head and realizes it's been less than a minute since they stepped out of the portal, making it impossible to summon everything that fast. The witch concludes in shock that the kid had already ordered the ambush long before they even set foot inside the ice palace. She stares at the MC, blown away by such calculated prep, wondering what kind of genius, mastermind monster he really is under the hood. But the calm lasts only seconds, as a portal of red and dark energy begins opening at the exact spot where the monster had just exploded. Karen still tries to celebrate the quick win, saying not even the dungeon boss was a match for his friend Pluto's overwhelming power. Seeing the party leader remain dead serious, the hyped recruit asks why he isn't celebrating the fall of the big enemy. Pluto coldly explains they didn't gain experience or receive a dungeon clear alert, meaning the danger is still very much active. A system message pops up in mid-air to confirm the kid's suspicions, announcing the start of a hidden quest in the Dark Fortress. The trio stares at a floating red sphere packed with energy that appears right before them, making the rookie curious about what it could be. Excited about the chance for a reward, the young guy reaches his hand out to touch the energy sphere, thinking it's the dungeon's final prize. Pluto yanks his partner back instantly, warning him to be careful since that thing looks pretty dangerous. Suddenly, surrounding structures start melting as if made of wax, releasing a weird dark fluid across the area. Karen screams frantically upon seeing the buildings melt, pointing at the dark fluid pooling all around that mysterious orb. The red and black fluid keeps getting drawn into the sphere violently, forming a massive floating mass that unnerves the adventurers. The accumulated energy starts taking the shape of a monstrous giant coated in pure blue electricity, signaling the enemy's rebirth. The MC spots the threat and yells for his two partners to stay sharp for the attack of the new entity rising before them. The giant monster roars in anger, ordering everyone to perish as a massive wave of destructive power begins sweeping across the field. Displaying great reflexes, Pluto shoves his allies out of the way with force so they don't get hit by the boss's devastating strike. The energy blade passes right by the heroes with insane force, cutting through the wind and shattering the courtyard stones into pieces. Karen panics, noticing the boss fully resurrected, unable to grasp how he came back after getting blown up by so many skeletons. Pluto analyzes the situation calmly, realizing that black sphere in the giant's chest was actually the heart keeping it standing. The Sovereign praises the kid's sharp mind, confirming that as long as his ice heart remains intact, he can regenerate infinitely. The monster boasts, stating he is now part of the fortress itself and that his healing factor is absolute thanks to the ice blanketing the dungeon. The MC warns his friends again to be careful, noticing the giant monster gearing up to drop another attack. A blast of energy freezes the ground, causing massive, sharp blue ice spikes to shoot out from the earth with a terrifying sound. The frozen spikes split the area in half, separating the adventurers and making the fight even trickier for the young hunters. Pluto flashes a confident smile, deducing that the only thing required to win the challenge is to shatter the creature's energy heart for good. The boss taunts the hero, stating his explosive army is gone, daring him to find the small heart inside such a massive body. Karen worriedly agrees that triggering another explosion like that without mana will be tough, but Pluto simply asks if the two want to step back. The MC asserts he has a solid plan to locate the monster's weak spot, ordering the guy to take Layla far away from there right now. The rookie obeys in confusion, but asks how a simple necromancer is going to locate the heart without a sniper's detection skills. With an intense, dark look, the young man firmly commands them to just run and not look in his direction under any circumstances during the fight. Even without fully getting the reason behind such an odd request, Karen agrees, spooked, deciding to do exactly what the leader ordered. The giant finds the kid's nerve hilarious and screams in rage that he's going to tear that arrogant human to shred for trying to face him solo. The MC adjusts his suit without giving a care to the threat, mentally noting that fighting alone will be great since he can unleash his full power. The giant monster raises his massive arm and strikes with blind fury, attempting to crush the young man with a direct blow from his dark sword. But the blade hits nothing but freezing wind, while a dark mist with glowing blue eyes begins filling the entire battle courtyard. Pluto summons his elite skeleton, Archer, asking if the servant can use his magical precision vision to track down the giant's heart. The loyal skeleton sniper confirms his master's request, but warns that the enemy's body is so massive that the scan might take a few minutes. Archer stares at his master, his eyes glowing, calculating he'll need exactly 10 minutes to fully scan the monster's body. Pluto orders the archer to destroy the heart with a piercing arrow the moment he locates the spot, promising to hold off the giant until he's ready. The Sovereign of Dark Frost presses forward furiously, landing heavy swings with his dark sword, trying to crush everything in sight in the arena. With a crushing blow, the ice monster instantly destroys 15 of Pluto's basic skeleton soldiers, sending bone fragments airborne. Right after, another violent swing from the boss's heavy blade sweeps the area, taking out 24 more of the MC's undead minions. Pluto realizes his basic summons drop in the blink of an eye, concluding that raid bosses really are extremely powerful in dungeons. Outside the rift, Karen hears the noise and wants to sneak a peek, but Layla stops him, reminding him they promised not to look at the fight. Back in combat, Archer informs his master with total confidence that he has finally managed to locate the monster's hidden heart. The loyal archer extends his arm and aims right at the ice giant's abdomen, revealing the exact spot where the red sphere pulses. The Sovereign of Dark Frost notices the enemy's movement and begins to panic, realizing his most precious secret has been uncovered. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the colossal monster charges with everything he's got to crush the hunter before he can land the blow. However, Pluto stares at the creature, his eyes glowing, mockingly asking who gave the giant permission to move in the middle of combat. The hero activates his death stare skill, while Karen celebrates in safety, thinking the sudden silence means Pluto won. Layla suddenly looks back in fear, left speechless as she sees a terrifying energy begin taking over the dungeon skies. The rank S guy stares in the same direction, screaming in horror upon seeing a gigantic red eye of pure magic energy hovering over the palace. The dungeon boss falls into a state of absolute fear, unable to believe a mere human managed to make him tremble in terror like that. Pluto flashes a cold, dark smile at the frozen monster, commenting that it's only natural since he is also considered a sovereign. The system confirms the MC's dominance, displaying the title King of the Dead above his head, surrounded by dozens of dark skulls. Without wasting another second on the fear-frozen enemy, Pluto gives the final command for Archer to fire his piercing arrow at the weak spot. The skeleton archer promptly obeys his master's call, releasing a glowing blue energy shot that slices through the air at high speed. The magic arrow travels across the hall and hits the ice giant's abdomen square on, causing his entire body to start cracking under the force of the impact. The Dark King's chest explodes completely, releasing ice fragments and energy across all sides of the arena after having his weak spot destroyed. Pluto comments in relief that this was the most troublesome boss he's faced so far, wishing the Sovereign rests in peace alongside his army. The monster completely shatters into tiny ice pieces, and the system confirms the final elimination, awarding 150,000 experience points. The system panel glows, revealing the young man jumped straight to level 20 and gained over 2,000 points of maximum mana for defeating the boss. To make things even better for the Necromancer, the system notifies that a new limit removal has been unlocked, freeing the power of souls.